An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Distinguished chief guests, principal, heads of the departments, faculty members, and all the participants, a warm and hearty morning to everyone gathered here today to ensure the success of this day. With great pride and pleasure, we extend a heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you to the 7th National Seminar on Clinical Pharma Practice, Indian and Global Scenario. This event is proudly sponsored by ISPOR and the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai, and organized by the Department of Pharmacy Practice, Swamy Vivekanandha College of Pharmacy. Over the past 6 years, the Clinical Pharma Practice Indian and Global Scenario Seminar has become an esteemed event in the field of pharmacy throughout Tamil Nadu. This year, we are expanding our horizons even further to connect with aspiring physicians, healthcare professionals, and students. In the ever-evolving pharmaceutical industry, clinical pharmacy practice plays a crucial role in ensuring the safe and effective use of medications. As healthcare professionals, pharmacy students play a vital role in delivering healthcare services to people. The objective of this year's conference is to translate research advancement into practice in clinical pharmacy through updates in pharmacoeconomics, pharmacoepidemiology, and pharmacovigilance. Before we commence the proceedings, we would like to express our gratitude to the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, who has accredited our national seminar with the highest credit points in Category 2. We also extend our sincere thanks to the Professional Society for Health Economics and Outcomes Research for sponsoring this event. Furthermore, we would like to express our appreciation to the esteemed guest speakers for gracing us with their presence and taking the time to share their valuable insights. It brings me immense joy to mention that this annual seminar has proven to be more than just an academic event. It has served as a gateway to
the will to win, the desire to succeed, the urge to reach your full potential. These are the keys that will unlock the door to personal excellence. At this moment, it is my pleasure to introduce and invite Dr. G. Muruganandan Sir, Principal of Swamy Vivekanandha College of Pharmacy, to extend a warm welcome to all those present here.
A warm good morning to all. First and foremost, I would like to thank Lord Almighty for giving strength for taking forward this such kind of seminar for the last 7 years. It is truly from the support and guidance from our Chairman Secretary, which motivates us to excel in the education. We all know that Vivekananda Educational Institution is committed to deliver two wonders to this area. One is education, second one is healthcare. So our Chairman Sir is balancing both education and healthcare in a beautiful manner, where thousands and thousands of families are getting light in their future as well as healthcare. So I extend a warm welcome for the entire management team, Madam Chairman, Chairman Sir, Vice Chairman, and our Joint Secretary, Madam Executive Director Sir, in their absence. And we all know that the true hero for our PharmD students is none other than our Joint Managing Director, Dr. Adhinareeswaran Sir. Undoubtedly, you know that you have learned many things from him. He doesn't hesitate to guide, motivate, help, and wherever there is a genuine reason, he is there in front of you to support and motivate. I extend warm welcome to our Joint Managing Director of our institution and today's Chief Guest, Dr. JMD Sir. I welcome Sir. And we have all the effort goes in vain when we don't identify the right speakers. This has been the evidence. We could not able to give registration for more than 100 students this year. Many people, they asked, it is not only for the brand what we constructed in the name of CPP IGS, it is also the eminent speakers. We have with us all the way from Bombay, Dr. Samir Gokhale sir with us. I extend a warm welcome to Samir Gokhale sir. I want our JMD sir to hand over a token of appreciation. We have with us Dr. Lokesh Prasad from Bangalore. He is also very eminent in his field and his knowledge will definitely enlighten you. A warm welcome to you, Lokesh Prasad sir. And we have the known speaker yesterday, she has enlightened Grace madam from Kerala. I extend a warm welcome to the speaker. And also in the afternoon session, we have another speaker, our alumni, Julia Susan will be joining from UK. I also welcome her in her absence. And I extend a warm welcome to the organizing secretary and the pharmacy practice team for entirely working for last 2 months, whether it is applying and getting the credit point for the conference or arranging for the seminar kit. There is a design of certificate which you will be receiving in the evening. I extend a warm welcome to the organizing committee and the organizing secretary Sharmila Nirojini madam for this. And also the HODs of Swamy Vivekanandha College of Pharmacy. They have been working in various committees, and faculty members from Swamy Vivekananda College of Pharmacy for this particular seminar. And we have the participant from almost 11 colleges in and around Tamil Nadu. We have a participant from the south end, S.C. Raja College of Pharmacy and their team. I extend a warm welcome to S.C. Raja College of Pharmacy. And we have a team from Jaya College of Pharmacy, Chennai. I extend a warm welcome for them. And we have from KMCH, Coimbatore, Sri Ramakrishna, Coimbatore, both the team, I welcome them. And the participant and faculty members from JKK Muniraja College of Pharmacy, Komarapalayam and Gobichetipalayam, I welcome. Participant from JKK Nadaraja College of Pharmacy, participants from Erode College of Pharmacy, participant from Nanda College of Pharmacy, Kasturiba College of Pharmacy, and many more. I extend warm welcome to all the delegates and the faculty members. Also, I extend my warm welcome for the scientific session chairperson, Professor Venkateshwara Murthy sir, for being here, for evaluating, and Khaja Sharif sir. I extend a warm welcome for them. And also the chairperson who is going to officiate this particular event, I extend a warm welcome. And last, I always give mention the name in the last, but you know very well, they are always in the first list as our students of Swamy Vivekananda College of Pharmacy. Especially the intern students and YRC and the identified active participant, and every one of you, even though we have only the woman power, we don't have much support for carrying out certain activity, and they never hesitate to do any assigned work. So I am very much happy and extend a warm welcome for all our students. And most importantly, the media and the supporting staff who has worked here, technicians, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Resilience is when you address uncertainty with flexibility. We cordially invite Dr. S. Arthanarishwaran sir, Joint Managing Director of Vivekananda Educational Institutions and Hospitals, to grace us with his esteemed presence and address the gathering.
Respected speakers, principal, faculty and delegates from various colleges and students of Swamy Vivekananda College of Pharmacy, good morning and warm welcome to you all. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the most awaited 7th edition of the annual national seminar CPP IGS 2023. On behalf of Vivekanandha educational institutions, I assure you that your take-home value from this seminar, Clinical Pharma Practice, Indian and Global Scenario, organized by the Department of Pharmacy Practice, would be memorable and eye-opening. The conference sessions mainly emphasize clinical pharmacy practice in every fact of it being discussed by the eminent speakers from the versatile area of healthcare. This year's conference is organized with the theme Translating Research into Practice, optimizing clinical pharmacy through updates in pharmacoeconomics, pharmacoepidemiology, and pharmacovigilance. I am happy to note that around 330 delegates were registered from all over Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, representing 14 colleges for the seminar. Also, yesterday we had our pre-conference workshop on antibiotic stewardship for students by Dr. Grace Mary John. Around 160 students participated in that workshop. So far, 7 batches of Form D has been passed out from our college, and our Form D graduates who are currently pursuing degree actively involve themselves in medication safety initiatives within our hospitals. They have been very much supportive in collaborating with healthcare teams to develop and implement medication protocols, conduct medication reconciliation processes, and participate in adverse drug event monitoring and reporting. As a Joint Managing Director of Vivekanandha Educational Institutions, I continue to support our Form D candidates for their professional development and create an environment that promotes participative learning along with healthcare disciplines. Hope this seminar provides some insightful discussions, meaningful connections, and transformative ideas. We have also received happy news 2 days back, where PCI and the Ministry of Health clarified that pharmacy profession does not come under the paramedical course. Further, pharmacy education should not be linked with paramedical education and neither be clubbed with paramedical. Pharmacy profession itself an independent profession. So I once again extend to my warmest welcome to you all. May this national seminar to be a remarkable one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are excited to share the news about the launch of our inaugural publication, We Discover, the Student Digital Magazine, presented by Swamy Vivekanandha College of Pharmacy. This remarkable magazine showcases contributions from both students and teachers, making it a collaborative endeavor. The journey of this magazine began in 2016 as a wall magazine, providing students with a platform to showcase their skills and knowledge on significant occasions. Over time, this wall magazine has gained momentum, and now, in this digital era, we are thrilled to announce its transformation into a fully digitalized version. The magazine will be distributed to pharmacy colleges in Tamil Nadu via email, reaching a wider audience and promoting knowledge exchange. We kindly request all our distinguished guests on the stage to join us in the unveiling of the cover page of this edition of We Discover, the Student Digital Magazine. With great anticipation, we now invite Dr. S. Arthanarishwaran sir to unveil the captivating cover page, which symbolizes the essence of our magazine.
We express our sincere gratitude to Dr. S. Arthanarishwaran sir for accepting our invitation
to be a part of this memorable occasion. Thank you, sir. Now, we kindly request Dr. G. Murugananthan, sir, to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. S. Arthanarishwaran, sir, with a memento.
We are excited to share with you a captivating video that provides a glimpse into the vibrant activities of the Department of Pharmacy Practice at our college. This video serves as a testament to the dynamic and engaging learning environment that our department offers to students. This visual presentation offers you a unique opportunity to observe a wide range of activities within our department. You will have the chance to witness key elements such as the Adverse Drug Reaction Monitoring Center, the regional and student chapter of the Professional Society for Health Economics and Outcome Research, grants that have been received, notable publications, faculty and student achievements and awards, guest lectures, alumni gatherings, outreach initiatives, medical camps, and successful placements. By showcasing the activities of the Department of Pharmacy Practice, we aim to demonstrate the comprehensive education and practical skills that our students acquire, preparing them for successful careers in the pharmaceutical and clinical fields. We invite you to sit back, enjoy the video, and witness the transformative impact that the Department of Pharmacy Practice has on the educational landscape of our college.
Warm welcome to one and all. On behalf of Department of Pharmacy Practice, Swamy Vivekanandha College of Pharmacy, I welcome everyone, delegates, faculty members from other college, faculty members from Swamy Vivekanandha College of Pharmacy, all the HODs, and our chief guest, Dr. Arthanarishwaran sir, all our speakers. Thank you for your valuable time. I conclude that hereby the inauguration session is completed. After this video, we can go to the first session of today's event.
If you're working on something that you care about, you don't have to be pushed. Students, for scientific presentation, please coordinate with the SVCP student volunteers. If you're working on something that you care about, you don't have to be pushed. The vision pulls you. We take great pride in extending an invitation to Dr. Krishnaveni, who serves as the head of the Department of Pharmacy Practice at Vivekananda Pharmacy College of Women in Sankagiri, Salem. Dr. Krishnaveni holds a B.Pharm and M.Pharm degree from JKK Muniraja College of Pharmacy, along with a PhD from Pacific University. With over 12 years of teaching experience, she previously held the position of Associate Professor at JKK Nataraja College of Pharmacy in Erode. During her tenure there, she actively contributed as a pharmacovigilance associate in the JKKN ADR Monitoring Center and also served as a joint secretary in the JKKN Entrepreneurship Development Cell. Dr. Krishnaveni has authored approximately 65 articles in international and national journals, and she has presented posters and case presentations. In 2020, she published a pharmacy practice book aligned with the PCI B-Pharmacy syllabus. Her remarkable achievements include receiving the Certificate of Honor for Academic Excellence with the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Young Researcher Award in 2020 at an international conference on innovative research in science, engineering, technology, and management organized by the International Organization of Innovative Research and Publishers in association with Sri Venkateshwara College of Arts and Science. Additionally, she was honored with the Research Excellence Award for the academic year 2018 at JKK Nataraja College of Pharmacy. Dr. Krishnaveni is also a lifetime member of Association of Pharmaceutical Teachers of India. We kindly ask Dr. Senthil Rajan Sir, Professor and Head of the Department Pharmaceutics, to present Dr. Krishnaveni with a certificate as a gesture of honor. Thank you, sir. We now kindly request Dr. Krishnaveni to deliver a brief profile note on Dr. Swamy Gokhale.
Good morning to everyone present over here. I am delighted to be here to chair this session on real-world evidence and big data in pharmacoepidemiology at 7th National Conference on CPP IGS, that is Clinical Pharma Practice, Indian Global Scenario. Today we are privileged to have Dr. Swamy Gokhale as our distinguished speaker for this session. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Swamy. He is the lead health economics and market access professional at Novartis, Mumbai, and he is extremely well versed on the subject of health economics. He has done on MS in epidemiology biostatistics from the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston 2006 and a postgraduate diploma in management from the University of Mumbai 2003 and B.Pharm in pharmaceutical sciences from the University of Mumbai 2000. He has highly quality consulting experience with main focus on epidemiological parameters. Prior to joining as a lead health economics at Novartis, Dr. Swamy also worked in MD Anderson Cancer Center as an epidemiologist, following which he worked as GCV Life Private Limited as an associate business intelligence and development. He worked as a manager at Novartis, Hyderabad, where he developed, supported and managed projects to prepare high-quality medical and scientific communication pertaining to health economics and outcome research. He also worked as group head at Accenture in Mumbai, where he was involved in setting up 2 new pharma capabilities in Accenture Pharma Services. Dr. Samir has published various scientific articles on topics including polymorphism in nucleotide excision repair pathway, cost per responder analysis, budget impact modeling, and genetic variation in the leptin gene. We greatly look forward to your insightful presentation on real-world evidence and big data in pharmacoepidemiology. I hope his presentation will provide valuable insight and stimulate a fruitful discussion. Thank you, and let the session begin.
Thank you. You can hear me all right? Perfect. Okay, so thanks again. I first of all really thank the organizing committee and the management of Yeah, I first thank the organizing committee and the hospitality that is shown since yesterday. It's really my pleasure to come to Swamy Vivekananda College of Pharmacy and discuss with you or discuss with the students because I know I was just like you sitting on that side, and now I'm here in this side. But it's always good to connect with like-minded people, to connect with professors, to connect with all the HODs and organizing committee. So today's talk is about real-world evidence and big data in pharmacoepidemiology. And if you look at the picture, it shows 2 hands with lot of colors in it. And I think it's chosen for the same reason that you need lot of evidence to make your decisions in healthcare. And not just in healthcare. If you want to buy a car or if you want to buy anything for that matter, you need lot of evidence or different points of contacts to understand the entire scenario, 360-degree view, and then you go ahead with your purchasing power, right? So similarly, so before starting the presentation, there's a disclaimer slide that even though I belong to Novartis, but of course, whatever is presented here is not necessarily the viewpoints of the Novartis. And of course, that's another very important point. And let's connect with the healthcare in India to start with. I think this is a good starting point to talk about where are we right now from the country perspective. Not just healthcare, but also we'll have one slide talking about what is India doing right now. How is it doing? What are the dynamic changes that are happening right now? So that's the first thing that we will introduce. The second important thing is why do we need real-world evidence and big data? Because there's a lot of, everybody is talking about RWE or big data. Are we really in need of that? That's what we will realize, or that's what we'll understand. The third important factor which I'll touch upon is the technology trends in healthcare. Lot of changes are happening in last decade. When I was in college, of course, things were totally different. Now you have ChatGPT, you have mobile phones, you have AI and machine learning, which is helping you do your PhDs and do your masters. But at the same time, in healthcare also, there are a lot of changes that happened in the past. And what is expected to be there in the next 10 years, I think we'll touch upon those points as well. And lastly, I would conclude the presentation with the case studies, probably 2 or 3 case studies if the time permits, where we will talk specifically about the science and how we could use the data points, different data points, real world evidence, or the big data to make a decision for our patients to improve their outcomes, and of course with the help of technology. So that's the contents for today's presentation. As I said, let's look at the picture, and this is India in a nutshell. And here we are not just talking about healthcare, but we are also talking about the entire country as of today, right? If you look at the GDP, you'll not be able to see, but it's growing, year by year, and we are doing a very good progress if you consider, 2010 onwards. I think we are fairly doing well, at a GDP growth of 8.1% in 21-22, which is a very good powerhouse for us. If you look at these numbers, again, it's not healthcare, but it's overall the ease of doing business ranking, and this is conducted by the global, people. And if you look at 2012, the ease of doing business rank was 131. Now it has become 63. So we are again improving for doing business in India. We have done great things. If you look at per capita income, again we are doing slow progress. It was 1,218 in 2012, and now it is 1,850. So we are slowly progressing. Of course, we yet to do a lot of things in the future, and I'm sure that within next 10 years, we will have great, this number will go in 2,000s or 3,000s, for sure. Now, on the other side, now technology is also very critical, and these numbers talk about the technology. The visual identification, the numbers, universal numbers or Aadhaar, number of Aadhaar numbers are there now is 1.35 billion. I think it's a very great initiative, good initiative that Government of India started, and healthcare is also going to catch up with Aadhaar numbers very soon. And there is a Abha card, if you all know, that every person should have or must have Abha number, which is Ayushman Bharat health card, right? Health number that you are assigned. And if you don't know, please Google it and get your Abha number. It will be useful for you in the near future. You have GST implementation again, purely from the business side. It is helpful for the government to drive business across the industries. Financial inclusions, number of accounts that are opened in last 5 or 10 years is increasing day by day. Also Ayushman Bharat, that's another healthcare initiative that is really doing great wonders right now, with over 650 million beneficiaries as of today. And the last thing, the digital technology and mobile technology. I think if you look at the numbers, you will be surprised that there are 1.14 billion mobile numbers already there. And the numbers are outdated. Actually, if you look, more and more are getting added day by day, right? There are 749 million internet users, and we all use it. I'm sure there is no person here who is not using internet. There are, Facebook users, 340 million. And why I'm showing these numbers, because, these are all talking to across industries, right? And in healthcare as well, these numbers are going to help us to grow at a very fast pace. Few more numbers, and I'll not go in detail, but if you look at the healthcare infrastructure, I think we are changing our, the dynamics, the epidemiology of the disease is changing rapidly. Cost of care is also, it's increasing at the same time. If you look at spending that one person or every person does, it's actually increasing day by day. And there are reasons for it. There may be, hospitalizations or private hospitals or the expensive medicines that we have. Our doctors to patient ratio is also not that great yet. So there are a lot of things to improve upon. A doctor to patient is 1:1,457. Ideally, as per WHO, it should be 1:1,000. So we are doing good, but I think we need a lot of progress needs to be done. If you look at the India pharma market, I think the market is growing at a very high pace. There are more than 3,000 pharma companies, and that's why I think colleges like Swamy Vivekananda will definitely do better and will try to match the speed of the pharma companies, because there are more than 3,000 pharma companies who are willing to accept you, to work for them and make good progress. Then the market share, again, the top 10 companies, they hold about 43% of the market share. And if you look at the Indian versus MNCs, which is the multinational companies, a lot of Indian companies are outperforming. So 80% of the companies are Indian companies and 20% are multinational company. Now, the patented drugs, I think slowly we are making progress towards coming to Indian markets. Now, right now it's only make up only 5%, but it's growing at twice number of pace. It's growing at 2x. So when I come next, probably after 10 years, the number will be definitely around 15% or 20%. And the knowledge, awareness level, everything is actually going to help to drive these patented medicines to come to India. Now, switching gears to why do we need the real world evidence and big data? And then we connect back to the slide before. I just said that the healthcare spending is increasing, right? Day by day, we are spending more amount of money. Now, if you look at these 4 big circles, the very important one is, of course, the patients, because everything should revolve around the patients. These are the stakeholders of healthcare, right? Patients, physicians, because physicians are going to treat the patients with the help of payers and policymakers. Now, just to tell you the differentiation between payers and policymakers, the policymakers are government officers or IAS officers who, drive, or rather they form the policies to make sure every patient gets benefited with the improving policies. At the same time, the payers can be central government, it can be a state government, it can be a payer who is going to pay for that patient, right? If you are holding an insurance policy, if your employer is giving you an insurance, that means employer is a payer for that matter. If you are hospitalized, when you are working for army, then central government or armed forces, they become the payer for all of their staff. So payers are also a very important part of the healthcare stakeholders, and they are responsible for decision making. Now let's look at what are some of the questions that are, that revolves around the heads of all these 4 big pillars, right? First, let's look at the patients. If I am the patient, I will definitely ask my physician that if you are prescribing a newer therapy, what is that newer therapy is going to change my existing quality of life, right? How am I going to get benefited? I am ready to pay, but what will I get in return? And I think that's a fair ask, because as a patient, it's very important to understand the safety, efficacy, and I think all of us, we work for getting to a safer drug, an efficacious drug to the patients. And patients ask these questions to their physicians, sometimes to payers as well. They also ask, why is this treatment so expensive? Very fair question, right? If a specific drug is available for, say, 100 rupees for a tablet, and at the same time, I'm just quoting an example, there is and I'll not go with the company name, but say for example, for a heart failure, there is a drug available in the market for rupees 100, and it tells you that it is going to save hospitalizations, number of hospitalizations will be reduced, ICU stay is going to be minimal, and you will be able to work effectively, or the productivity loss will not be that significant. With all these 3 important benefits, the company is charging 100 rupees per tablet. But at the same time, in the market, there are other medications which are medications that are available for 10 rupees or 1 rupee or 2 rupees, such as enalaprils of the world, right? And they do take part in reducing the heart failure, helping patients to recover faster, but they don't have the benefits that I just told you, like reduced hospitalization, reduced mortality, and productivity gain. So if the patient asks his physician that why am I paying 99 rupees more or 90 rupees more for this particular medicine, then I think it's a job of the physician or job of the pairs to make him or her aware that you are paying this 90 rupees because you're getting 1 plus 2 plus 3, all these 3 benefits. And it's important to scientifically communicate these points to the pairs as well as physicians, as well as the other stakeholders such as policymakers. Another important question that comes to patients is, give me real life examples. Show me the patients who have taken this medicine and they have achieved good benefits out of it. And I think that itself tells you that why real world evidence is important. Observational studies are more and more getting more important, and even payers and policymakers, they want these kind of evidence, because what happens in lab or what happens in a controlled environment, which is randomized controlled trials, but what happens in the real world is more important. The costs and outcomes. So for example, cost of new drug versus minus cost of old drug, so 100 minus 10, say 90, divided by what are the benefits that are offered by new drug minus old drug. So when the ratio is positive, it is good for the patients, and the physicians will be able to understand that yes, this is cost effective. There might be a scope that if the quality of life of patients is improved significantly, then the government is okay or payers are okay to pay little extra premium for as per standard in the first year of launch, but after 5 years they lose that efficacy. And that is very important to rigorously follow all the generic manufacturers, whether they are doing a good job or not. And if you remember, few months back there was a big outcry from the African markets for the generic drugs that we supplied from India. So it's very important to take that into consideration. And also physicians will also ask us real world evidence. Show us the real world evidence. How did you do in a particular market? How did you do in US? How did you do in Africa? Show us the observational studies, epidemiological numbers. Show us the statistical significance that this therapy really works for my patients. Now let's change gears to the payers and policymakers. Now the very important question that payers will ask is, do we really need this new drug? Because it's going to be expenditure for them. They have to shell out more money. And that's the first question they ask, and it's not easy to answer them, because the very first question, why do we need this drug? We have ample drugs that are available in the market. We don't want to spend 90 rupees more. So it's again important to prove the point of cost effectiveness, budget impact. Now you must have heard these terminologies in the SPORES website, or the government is also getting into these new concepts very, very outrightly, because the budget impact is something which is very, very important. What budget impact does is it shows the government, if you have 1,000 rupees as your budget, and if you include my drug or a particular drug into the formulary, what is the impact on your budget for the particular year? And I think that's what we try and showcase with the help of economic modeling, the cost effectiveness as well as the budget impact. The next important question from the payer side is, how safe and efficacious is the drug? Of course, they don't want to play with the lives of their staff, CGHS or army or any government entity for that matter. Cost effectiveness, of course they'll ask that question, and can you show us the comparative or relative effectiveness? Now why comparative effectiveness is more important? Because there are a lot of companies coming up with their new molecules, right? So for example, if there is a molecule A, at the same time there will be a molecule B, C, D and E. And to add to that, there will be more generic players. There are a lot of players in the Indian scenario, and they want to compare drug A versus B, C, D in all of them together. And when they do a comparative analysis, the one drug which comes out really very safe and efficacious and little expensive, that's fine. But if it is not expensive, if it is cost saving, then certainly government will go with that particular option. Now the policymakers, what do? Is they define the guidelines for a particular disease. They guide the physicians of the country that how are we going to treat a particular patient of diabetes, for example. Now all the guidelines are prepared by experts who are the policymakers, and they will ask questions, provide us the economic analysis, provide us the cost effectiveness, provide us the budget impact. Only then we'll be able to assess the formulary inclusion for your molecule, right? Then the next question that I've written is, can you show us the real world evidence? I think that's another important question. And you will see across all these four stakeholders, RWE is becoming more and more important. And there is definitely a need for RWE to be there. Now to answer all these questions which are listed, like payers, patients, physicians, and the policymakers, not just one evidence will cater to their questions. We need multiple evidences, and that's why you see the colors, different colors on the hands, that you need real world evidence, you need RCT, you definitely need clinical trials repository, you need business intelligence, market intelligence, wherein we do economic analysis, HTA guidance. Now most of you must be knowing health technology assessment, and that really helps policymakers to understand how is the particular drug is doing in UK, how is it doing in US, how is it doing in Germany, and accordingly they decide the fate of that drug in Indian market as well. And if you know the HTAIN, which is the Indian Health Technology Assessment body, is formed like 5-6 years back, and now they are functional. I think you will hear more and more from HTAIN going forward. They have already started assessing the medical devices, and they'll soon be assessing the drugs as well, and they'll increase the gamut of their assessment. So you all need these things, and these all factors will help to decide. Now we all know that, I think as a pharmacy students, you know that the RCT is still the gold standard because that's the best level of evidence that we get, because it's a restricted environment. But in that scenario, we are comparing A versus B, and with a strict environment, we know that yes, what can be expected. And you get to know the real outcomes when the study is completed. If you look at the base of the pyramid, of course, the quality of information is high on the top, which is meta-analysis. Just below meta-analysis, there is systematic reviews, and I'm sure you must have read through your systematic literature reviews or critically appraised synopsis, which comes just below case series and case reports. These are coming, the quality of information is low, or rather they become the base of the pyramid. And the very last one is the background information or expert opinion. When you go to a physician, if a physician is talking on his behalf for a particular drug, then that becomes the background information or expert opinion. But the story starts from there, right? If a particular physician says that yes, I feel this drug can be used for this particular indication, and that's where it starts. The concept starts from there. The best example that I can think of is the drugs that are used in or they were discovered for something else, but the physician started using it for something else. And I think the concept was developed by a single key medical experts or key opinion leader, and then the scientists feel that yes, let's analyze this, let's do a case control study, and then prove our hypothesis that this might be useful for that particular disease indication. Then to support with more data points, they conduct cohort study, and probably RCTs are conducted by researchers like us, right? So that's the quality of information and what is required. The RCT is still the gold standard, I would say, but at the same time there are limitations of RCT. And the picture tells you, 1,000 words actually. You're just picking up one patient out of the pool of the patients, right? You're choosing the best patient for you. To be very frank with you, when you're conducting a clinical trial, you are choosing a patient with lot of eligibility criteria, inclusion, exclusion. I'm sure you must have read through the protocols, and there are 10 or 20 inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria. Now, if all those are matched, only then that patient is included in the RCT. But what happens in the real world? No inclusion criteria, no exclusion criteria, right? The drug is for all the patients, no matter what's the age, the dose might change, but there's no inclusion exclusion criteria. That's the biggest challenge. Confounding by crossover design, a lot of times, I'll not go in details, but the design itself, the design of a study may decide the fate for that particular RCT. There can be open label trials or unblinded trials that are probably not the good ones to have. These are some of the limitations, and that's why I think we need all those pieces to decide or decide the best treatment for improving the patient outcomes. Now let's look at where all these real world evidence or big data sits globally. And not just in India, but globally. If you look at ISPOR's website, you'll see the entire data points there as well. I would definitely urge you to go and explore the website. But just to summarize, if you look at the claims data, now what is claims data is nothing but the insurance claims data. Now in developed countries, if all the patients are insured, or may say 90% of the patients are insured, and they are insured for many, many years, all that data sits in a computer or in a server somewhere which is governed or which is owned by a company. For example, MarketScan. Now this is specifically from US perspective. The CPRD is from the UK perspective. Similarly, there are few other players in Europe and in other countries, developed markets. They hold the data, the insurance claims data that can be analyzed by researchers like us, right? If you want to analyze a particular hypothesis, you could request the data, you can pay for that data, and then get it anonymized data for your analysis. That can be done. That's the claims data or the electronic medical records. That is also given by hospitals. Most of the hospitals, big hospital chains, even Fortis or a lot of hospitals here, they do have EMRs available for analysis, and they do analysis as well. There are few other companies such as Cerner for profit. They sell the data to researchers like us, and we can use the data points to analyze the data and understand the trends in the market. Epidemiological data. Now these are typically academic data points, academic institutes gathering data for a particular hypothesis or for a particular disease, say diabetes, or overall. NHANES is the name that you must have heard multiple times. It's again US based big registry, and they are doing this NHANES for many years. I think for many decades they are following up patients. Similarly, there is NHCS, there's a private companies such as Adelphi, Kantar Health. They do have epidemiological data sitting with them, and they sell it for price point. But the big data and RWE, most of the companies, not just pharma companies, but also healthcare IT companies, they are interested to analyze these data points, and find something else. So for example, if you are using your phones, right, we are giving our data to the Google every day, and if you are using, say, Google Health or what, I don't remember the name, but Google Fit. If you are using Google Fit, then all the data points are actually going in this sum of the databases that's over here, because it's an epidemiological data. How much, how many steps do you do every day? Are you jogging every day? And if you are filling the entries such as what is your BMI, what is your kilogram weight, what is your height, etc., everything is getting stored, and someone is using these data points. So it's good. There is no names given. It's anonymous data, but it's important to kind of regulate these data points as well. Now, if you look at registry, there are not just cancer registries, but also other cardiovascular and neurological, etc. There are registries. Registries are typically done again by hospitals or academic institutes, wherein they collate data when the patients are entered or inpatient, when they are inpatient or outpatient. They collate data points for those specific patients and deposit them into their EHRs, EMRs, and the disease-specific questions, they can definitely get answers. If you look behind, for example, if I want to predict a particular patient's fate or particular patient's diagnosis, if I have data points of similar patients in the registry, then I can certainly analyze that data points and see that what will happen to a particular patient in 10 years down the line or 5 years down the line. And that's what the registry will help you do. PROs, you must have heard about this. These are patient-reported outcomes, and why this is important, because it's not only the physicians that, physician's voice matters, but also the patient's voice also matters, right? For example, lung asthma patients, right? So when you ask physicians about asthma patient, physician may say, yeah, he seemed to be fine. When he came to my office today, when he came to my clinic, I checked him, I found him pretty good, no issues, no problems. But when you ask the patient, he or she may say that today morning I was perfectly fine, but when I came back, I came by road and suddenly the asthma attack came to me. And this happens every day at night. When I never go to physician to meet my physician in the evening, but when I go in the morning, I am perfectly fine. Physician never prescribes anything, or he keeps my dose same, but when I go back, that's the problem. So the exacerbation by patients or the patients reporting the outcomes is getting more and more important. So you'll have to ask questions to the patients saying that how do you feel, and what are the problems that you have, what symptoms do you recollect, etc. What do you eat? All these questions are going to be very important for analysis, and these are the patient reported outcomes. Again, there are generic PROs such as EQ5D, and I'll not go in detail, but these are generic questions about the patient's well-being. But there are specific questions sometimes that are asked, or specific disease-specific PROs, which are, say, specifically asked about the condition that the patient is suffering from. Quality of life and health-related quality of life, I think those are also probed by patient-reported outcomes. Patient diaries, if you come across some of the protocols, they request patients to collect information every day. They have to write the diaries. They have to write or answer specific questions that are asked to them every day. I think that makes them a habit, and that data can also be used. Just wait for the next, I think it's coming up. So the very last point that I could see in my presentation is the query tools, and these are also very important query tools, such as, there are few academic institutes again like Harvard or CE Works, which are providing the tools wherein you could go online onto their website and get the data from the websites itself, such as CE Works. Then there is HCupNet. These are again available for free. You can certainly go and visit their websites and understand. Doctor Evidence is something which is paid, but HCupNet and CE Works are, the cost effectiveness works. This is given by, if I remember, it's Tufts University, US. They provide this free database. You can go and search for CE Works and get the cost effectiveness for any medication that you're looking for across the globe. Then we have Enhance tool, again the Enhance data, and they have a query tools, made for using the database effectively. So some of the query tools are also can be used for your research or for doing analysis globally. Right? Now, if you look at how and where can we utilize these RWE, real world evidence and big data, and we'll also look at some of the case studies at the end of the presentation. But typically the burden of illness, if you want to understand what is the burden of illness, sorry, I'll just go back. What is the burden of illness? So for example, if I ask you the burden of migraine, for example, now migraine is confused with headache most of the times. Not all headaches are migrainous, right? The headache is a simple headache which may happen to any one of us because of lack of water or lack of food or excessive heat, etc. The headache can, every one of us definitely suffer from headache multiple times. But migraine is something different. But migraine is misdiagnosed most of the times. If you are, if you're going to the doctor with a headache, then most of the doctors might misdiagnose it as migraine, but it may not be migraine. Now in that case, the burden of disease becomes very, very important. What are the symptoms that one needs to look for? And I'm sure the doctors are much capable of doing that, but the research or the big data can also help them to realize what are the best symptoms to understand the migraine patients, to catch the migraine patients. Treatment patterns and trends, very important again from the pharma perspective. We need to understand the patterns, various patterns and trends that are there in a particular state, in a particular country. The drugs that are used in one country may not be used in another country because of several conditions, several genetic differences, cultural differences, and these can be studied very effectively with the big data and RWE. You can also do comparative effectiveness because if you see RCTs, no two competing companies will do RCT for respective drugs. Like for example, Sun Pharma and Dr. Reddy's or Novartis, they will not compare a real randomized control trial for their respective drugs. Never. They will always do it for the comparator that is already available in the market for a long period of time, or they might do it with the placebo. But that data is not available in the RCT form. You can get that data with the help of comparative effectiveness, with the help of big data, because you can purchase the data from say claims data or registry data. There you will find 100 patients using molecule A. You will also find 100 patients using molecule B, and then you can compare. Of course, you'll have to match those patients by various factors such as age adjusted, gender adjusted, etc. I'll not go in detail, but if you follow the good protocol, then certainly you will be able to use big data to understand the treatment patterns or comparative effectiveness. Safety evaluations also can very well be done with the help of big data. Health policy analysis, again HTA, Health Technology Assessment Body, they do this a lot to analyze what is happening in the market space and which drugs needs to be reimbursed, which drugs need not be reimbursed. Or Ayushman Bharat, for example, if they want to expose their formulary, if you want to include more and more drugs to the formulary, they'll have to conduct this health policy analysis. Only then they'll be able to include more and more drugs here. Physician practice patterns, again very important when you are launching a new product in a particular market. It's important to understand how physicians are using it, how they have used it for this particular disease. Can we change our strategies? Can we change our marketing strategies to get good benefits out of it, right? And from the patient's perspective, what are the practice patterns of physicians? Are the patients going late stage, or should they be coming a little earlier? All these decisions can be taken with this thing. And medication adherence, I think that's also very important. Consider your mobile phones as the nudging device. If the certain message comes to you, if you're a diabetic, for example, the phone can be very effectively used to nudge the patient that, have you taken the medicine today? You have eaten a lot. And I think that's where AI and machine learning will definitely play a major role to work on these kind of use cases and help patients for better outcomes. Now let's look at the technological trends, and some of these you have seen it in your life itself. Like there are a lot of use of telemedicines, teleconsultations, especially during COVID times. Every one of us were talking with our doctors online, right? Never used to happen 10 years or 15 years back. It was always face-to-face, manual doctor consultations. Of course, there are benefits of face-to-face meetings, but consider a rural area where there is no doctor present. Now for them, if the government opens a telemedicine screen, and if all of those patients or all of those citizens can talk to a particular physician, a specialist at the primary health center or any other specialist center, then I think that's going to help the rural areas a lot. It also saves a lot of cost to the government as well as to the payers, because the telemedicine is, it comes with a minimum cost. It's a one-time investment. And if you do that very judiciously, I think that is going to be very useful and helpful for that. So that is a trend that is ongoing, and you'll see more of that happening in future. Previously, there always used to be manual data entry and storage, but now if you look at the cloud usage to save all the EHRs, electronic health records of the patients, and if you look at ABDM, which is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, I think they talk a lot about saving every patient's data, save every citizen's data on cloud. And Government of India is really pouring good amount of money to establish this ABDM very effectively. And I'm sure in the coming years, we will see good progress there because we've already been approached by them, how would we connect with the medications data, with the data, with the hospitals data, etc. And ABDM is really want to connect all the dots together and form a good infrastructure in place. Health apps, I'm sure we never used that 10 years back, but now I think we are using automated health apps. We have watches, we have many sensors available which are helping patients, and not just patients but all of us, to track the data that we are, what we eat, what we do, are we exercising better, all the automated apps are also helping us collect the data points and use it effectively for decision making. Lack of data confidentiality, I think now we are progressing towards the cyber security cell, and you will see all the IT companies, all the government entities, they do have cyber security as a specialized cell now. It was not there previously, but now every government will definitely have, all the private companies, public companies, they do have cyber security, and they take it very seriously because they know the nitty-gritties and they know the repercussions if they lose the data to someone who is going to misuse it. plain radiology images. Of course, now we are using AI and ML, and we'll see some case studies in the later half at how can we use precision medicine, how can we predict something with the help of technology, artificial intelligence or machine learning, how the algorithms could help us do, the data crunching and help patients or help physicians to decide quickly. Now the upcoming technologies in future down the line, and you will see some things, the Internet of Things, I think going forward in your house, in your car, in your workplace, everything will be connected. You will be tracked, and there are plus and minuses. There are pros and cons. That's why I say governance is going to be very critical, because you are tracked all the time by multiple people, multiple companies, whether you like it or not. But then if the governance is very high, then it's okay. It should be used in a better way, or it should be used judiciously. That's the main thing. Now, Internet of Things and medical devices, you'll see a lot of sensors inbuilt into the body, chips that are available right now. If you have read about this, you could actually go with a small microchip inserted in your body, underneath your skin, and that can become your ID. You don't have to carry your ID cards, just like we are wearing one. You don't have to do that. You just show your arm and that's it. Some of the companies have started that already. So, but what are the plus and minuses? Yet to come. We need to follow that data. But also at the same time, these medical devices, small chips, that can also do wonders to monitor your body internally. Just 2 days back, there was a news from Google saying that we don't need CT scans anymore. Google can know the entire body, and it's upcoming. I'm sure in the next 10 years, we may not have the big CT scan machines that are out there. And we will definitely save lots of money on those scanning machines, which are crores of rupees right now. Artificial intelligence and robotics, very important right now. A lot of people just use this as a jargon, but if you look at the real concepts behind artificial intelligence, there are a lot of good things that are happening in the developed markets. And even in India, we are doing a lot of research through IITs. Yes, I am sure that we will see a lot of very good benefits out of artificial intelligence. And some of the use cases I'll show you, image analytics, for example, in cancer, in cardiology space, there are a lot of things that are upcoming, and we're using that already. Increase cloud use, I think that's important, because we know where, I'm sure you may not have seen the floppy disk in your lifetime, right? And now we don't even know. Our upcoming generation will never understand what is the floppy disk, what is a CD. Now CD, we never use it. Nowadays, if you have a CD, you don't know how to insert it, because there's no slot in our laptops, for the CDs. It's waste. Similarly, we'll not be using the hard disk in later times. It will all be saved in the cloud. And we don't know how it is getting saved and where it is getting saved. It's all virtual. But believe it, that's how it is going to work. And it is working well right now. Even though you don't have a hard drive, you still have your data. You can get the data from anywhere. So for example, if I want to get a particular picture which is saved on my office laptop, yes, I can get it within a fraction of a second. That's cloud, right? That's the cloud that Microsoft Cloud has helped us to do that. If I want to extract what happened in 2010 about a particular medical emergency for my daughter or for my wife, I could easily get it extracted from Google space, again from the cloud data. So a lot of increased usage of cloud. Digital therapeutics, we never thought about digital as a modality of therapeutics. We always think of tablets, capsules, and injections, etc. as therapeutic options. But there's a digital therapeutics as well, and there are a lot of examples lot of RCTs are ongoing. How do we use digital technology? If I can give you an example of, say, games that are used in treatments for obesity, for cancer, it's a simple gamification that is used for the patients to help them achieve a target of a specific target for their disease. I think it's working well, and some of the games are also getting approved by Food and Drug Administration in US as FDA approved games, right? And it is getting prescribed by doctors to their patients. So, we always, scold our kids saying that, don't play with the games on the phones, but if the doctor prescribes it, I think he or she is going to play it. But it's for better, right? Then we have virtual reality. This is important from the training perspective, right? For example, in your labs, you may not kill rats or frogs anymore. You may have a virtual reality. When you wear a particular instrument, you could see a rat or dissect a particular animal without killing that animal, right? So that is a virtual reality wherein, think of the MBBS students, right? When they dissect an animal, not animal, but humans, virtual reality is going to be very, very useful for them. If they are conducting a surgery on brain, they could effectively use the virtual reality to mimic the surgery in a lab, in a digital lab, rather than working on a live patient, right? And that's going to save a lot of lives there. Advances in virtual care, we have seen that in COVID times, virtual care happens because there were a lot of questions before, but we know that when the time comes, that virtual care is also very effective, and it works. It works to the max. Data explosion, we have already seen that happening right now. Every company, every government authority, all the stakeholders, they do have lots of data with them. At this point of time, most of them, they don't know what to do with that data. They are collecting the data, but they don't know what to do. They don't know how to cross-talk one database with the other database. They need a lot of expertise with the knowledge of medical, with the knowledge of pharmaceutical sciences, to understand how do we cross-talk. And that's where I think the pharmacy graduates will go and make their careers, because if you know just pharmacy, it's not going to help you. If you know digital, if you know pharmacy, if you know AI, it will definitely help you to cross-talk between the technology and the pharmacy. 3D bioprinting, I think that's the last, but there are many others, but I'm sure 3D bioprinting is upcoming, and you will see, heart getting generated in the lab and then getting transplanted. The days are not going to be too far away. It's already happening in lab scale in advanced countries. It will also happen here. The transplantations are successful now, but these are 3D printed transformations. That will also happen in future. I'm sure within next 10 years, we'll have a lot of insights on these things. Now, let's go to the last phase. I think you will get good data points here. You have collected the data about real world evidence, big data. Now let's look at some of the examples where it is getting used right now for a particular disease indication, right? So I've selected a couple of, or rather 3 or 4 case studies or cases where companies like, pharma companies or healthcare IT companies or hospitals are using this big data and real world evidence to help their molecules succeed in the trials or help patients get good benefits out of it. Let's look at the very first one, is using NLP. Now,
Sorry, sir.
Yes.
Sir, timing is running out. Please, could you finish it soon?
We will just wrap it up. I think there are 3 case studies. So NLP is something which is natural language processing, right? And if you look at the NLP, just to give you an example, when a patient visits a physician, physician writes on a notepad, right, in his own writing, and that's very hard to read most of the time. Only chemists know how to read that. But those are all unstructured data points that he mentions. Whatever patients talk to their physicians, very minor things, small things, but he makes a note of it. Those notes are not captured in electronic medical records. These are all the unstructured data points. Can we use this in the diagnosis of epilepsy? That's the problem area that one of the pharma company wanted help. And I think, yes, it can be used very successfully. Now, if you look at the first one, we summarize the text, identify the key concepts, because it will be in a text form or a scanned copy, which needs to be converted to a text. And then text can be analyzed to help us get that data points. Now, if you look at the next slide, what they have done is, I'll just go here, it will be quick. So all these admission notes or progress notes or discharge summaries, operative notes, because when physician operates on a patient, even there at times he tells his or her assistant to make notes. That can be a very specific notes about the surgical thing that they are doing, but that's going to be helpful to diagnose a particular case. Outpatient clinic notes, that's what I was talking about, lab reports, radiology reports, all these things are converted on a single platform using natural language processing, NLP, and then that can be utilized, or rather that was utilized to provide clinical decision support. It can also identify patient cohorts, identify risk factors for a particular disease, say epilepsy in this case, phenotype extraction. So these are general medicines, and these are very epilepsy specific use cases, such as prognostic cases, treatment, patient assessment, stratification, etc. If you look at this case, lot of things company was able to do with the help of data points, of RWE data points, such as epilepsy triggers. What are the triggers that an epilepsy patient should identify before he falls ill or she falls ill? Identify surgical candidates. Some of the cases are only to be treated by surgery. Can we identify that looking at all these data points? Now that's a use case which is very, very useful, because typically these cases, these patients, if they have a severe attack, they die. And it's very important to identify these patients early and do a surgery on them to make them out of danger. Right? I'll take one more case and I think we'll close. Here, this is an oncology, ovarian cancer or lung cancer, wherein this case is for lung cancer. The person who used all these data points, electronic medical records, real world evidence, cohort study, claims data, every data points that a particular institute had. Then there was a CDSS tool or a risk prediction tool that was developed using the logistic regression, and a lot of parameters were taken into account to make that regression model effective and useful. And then you can predict some things which are going to be useful. So risk prediction algorithm to predict hard to treat patients. What are the patients who are severely ill, and can we identify them early for their NSCLC? And this was done for one of the molecule, which is TAC-788 by Takeda. I don't want to name, but yes, this was the case, and they're using this AI algorithm to help identify these patients very early and treat them with TAC-788. The next case, I think the similar thing is, again, I'll not go in detail, but probably just the last piece, that there are several data points that are required. So for example, to collate all these data points, it's not easy, because it's not just the AI jargon or machine learning that we are talking about. There's a lot of science behind it. So for example, to understand the tumor, you need to have all these data points together. Also, you need to understand the socioeconomic factors, race, ethnicity, genetic makeup, etc. All these data points are going to help your prediction model do better in the long run. Surgical outcome, the surgical notes that he makes, in oncology it's going to be very critical. Relapse history, then we have pre-operative clinical risk factors, etc. Demographic factors, again very important. What is the age, gender, what is the family history of cancer, etc. Smoking, drinking problems, all those things are captured in demographic. Clinical investigations, all these right-hand side will come from the electronic medical health records, right, from the physician. The left-hand side will come from the specific patient. The middle ones can come from registries, can come from different RWE that are available. And finally, the risk factors are identified, and this is just an example of ovarian cancer which we did for one of the company, but it can effectively be used. I think that's where I'll stop. I'll take a pause, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, sir, for an enlightening presentation. Now I request Dr. Krishnaveni ma'am, chairperson, to conclude this session.
From student side, any questions? So now we move on to question and answer session. I anticipate your active participation in this. If you have any doubts or if you want to ask any questions, please raise your hand so our students will pass on the mic to you.
Not related to the presentation, you can ask any question that you may have. Of course, I'll be able to help you there as well if I be. But yes.
Sir, I have one question. So what are the key challenges and limitations associated with using this real-world evidence in pharmacoepidemiology?
Very good question, ma'am. And I think, as I said, the judiciousness of using the data is going to be critical, because there are always, if the data can lead you to misdiagnosis as well. If data is not used correctly, then it may confuse the patients and physicians. So it's important to look at how it is collected. The data collection needs to be done very effectively. If the data is taken randomly, it's not going to help you. And I think proper analysis needs to be followed. If the analysis is done in a correct way, then it will only give you insights. But if not done correctly, it will misguide you for sure. So as AI is going to be very useful, it is a double-edged sword. It can be very useful, but at the same time, it can really kill a patient as well. So for example, if I decide to use ChatGPT and don't go to the physician, it's not going to be useful, right? It is again data, which is going to help the patient. But whether the patient should use ChatGPT to diagnose himself or herself and don't visit the physician, that's not the answer. I think it's not going to replace, AI is not going to replace the professional, the professions that we do have. And I think humans still need to be there, and the data needs to be effectively used. I think that's an important piece there.
Particularly in decision making.
Yes, particularly decision making, because physicians, they decide on multiple parameters. It's not only the data that look, they also look at the characters, or they look at the patient, they look at the culture, they look at their relatives, they also look at the socioeconomic status, and accordingly they'll make a judgment about a particular therapy. A particular therapy may be very effective, which is available in other markets, but the affordability comes into picture, and then probably affordability is a key question in typical settings like India. Now the only physician knows all these parameters very well, and he or she will be able to understand all the data points, assimilate in his head, and then use his decision making to effectively prescribe the medicine. So I think the power of digital needs to be used to make ourselves capable, but we should not be replaced, or we should not get replaced by AI or digital age.
So one more question.
Yes.
By using all those data, that is big data and world evidence, whether by using this, whether we are making any guidelines by using all those data. So in our country, we are making any guidelines?
Yes, yes. I think this is going very well, and I can give you an example of, say, cardiovascular disease or neurology or cardiovascular. If you look at, the data points, they are available, like the cholesterol levels or LDL levels or your blood sugar levels. All the data points are available in this market, and if you look at the acceptability of doing the lab test is also very high. Patients know that they have to check their sugar level every month, or at least after 15 days, or once in a quarter, etc. And they do show it to their doctors. Now there are hospitals, like the big chains of hospitals, they are saving all these data points, and they are submitting that data points to the policy makers to effectively show that yes, how it is going to be helpful for patients if they follow a certain prescription pattern, or if they follow if they adhere to the medicines, how effective the medications are. And accordingly, the decisions are being taken, especially for cardiovascular disease. It's really getting helpful. Looking at the insulin or market, looking at the self-glucose monitoring market, I think you see a lot of changes, and guidelines have adopted it very nicely. And I'm sure in future also, it will take into account all the data points that are available in the market. Vaccination is another example that I can see. Not just COVID, but before COVID, all the kids get vaccinated, right? And there is a great push from government to drive vaccine adoption by all the parents. And I think they're very successful doing that. Polio is the best example. They are collecting data points from all the PHCs, primary health centers, to get that data point saying that, how many polio cases they have identified. And if you see the graph from, say, 20, 30 years back and now, there is a gradual reduction in number of polio cases affected. And that's all digital, right? They collate that data points from each and every citizen. They go to your houses and collate data points. So that's a very important and very robust data collection drive that lot of municipalities and lot of government agencies are doing that right now. So that's amazing. COVID is another best example. I think the Aadhaar card is something which is going to, materialize all the digital capabilities that Government of India has. So once you have Aadhaar number, all of your medical records will be saved at a secure site, and the physician, any physician for that matter, not just government but also private, they may be able to use that data points when they decide or when they make a decision for a particular patient. Now that's the digital edge that Government of India has planned at least. How the implementation happens, I think we'll have to see, but we are going in a very good direction there. Yeah, so good progress there for me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation, sir. Rather than a question, it is just please throw some light on. Now you have given a very good information for the students. At the same time, you told that the pharmacy practice or pharmacy students should be also have a edge over the technology, mobile usage, artificial intelligence. So I just want you to throw some light on that, how these our students should get connected.
Very good question, and I think it's pertinent to all the students. Thanks for asking that question, Doctor. And see, if you look at your theses, or when you conduct such kind of theses, please look at these presentations, understand some of the databases that are available for free or for a very minimal price, and probably get connected with, say, hospitals, or get connected with the registry data, and how do we use these digital data points to do your thesis. So you could do that, that's one way. The other important thing is to understand and gain knowledge about AI and machine learning, because it's not easy that way. You'll have to do specialized programs to understand what is artificial intelligence. You have to connect with the technology folks, healthcare IT companies, to understand, how can we use data, how can we use artificial intelligence to our pharmacy, category. So, example can be lung cancer and image analytics. Now, there are a lot of pictures that are available, right? Another example that I can think of is a picture of a skin, for example, for melanoma or for derma cancers. Even if you click a picture of your skin with a mole, and if that is cancerous or not, the machine learning will help you identify very early that yes, this scar may look like cancerous. And at least that will drive that patient to go to the physician. I think you can identify or choose such topics while doing your thesis work, and probably it will give you an edge over others to showcase the the progress that they have done for your thesis. And I'm sure that pharma companies that I just showed you, 3,000 plus pharma companies, are looking for such capabilities. Not just pharma, but pharma plus something. I think that's very critical and important. And artificial intelligence or machine learning, make use of these things while you are studying. I think that will give you an edge over others. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. I would like to provide a brief summary of your presentation.
Sure.
Big data in pharmacoepidemiology refers to large and complex data set that revolutionize data analysis. It allows more precise estimate effect and monitoring. Enhance safety monitoring and personalized medicine based on individual characteristics and genetics. So these are the potential to transform healthcare by providing valuable insight, but also pose challenges like data quality, privacy protection, and ethical consideration. As students aspiring to contribute to the field of healthcare, I encourage you to explore the potential of real-world evidence and big data in improving patient care, shaping the policies, and advancing the field of clinical pharma practice, and also particularly in the research. Thank you, sir.
Now we request Dr. Krishnaveni ma'am to present Dr. Sameer Gokhale with a memento and certificate as a token of our felicitations. Thank you once again, sir. We now invite everyone to take a short tea break with arrangements made in the adjacent hall. We kindly request all participants to gather here in 15 minutes for our second session. I
and clinical pharmacy and has worked as ID clinical specialist at Detroit Medical Center. I wholeheartedly invite you, ma'am, for this session.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, ma'am. May I have the slides?
I request all the participants to please be seated and maintain silence. The session is about to start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good tea break and you are energized for the next session. I promise that I will not make it too long. I will make it short and sweet as much as possible. And before going into my talk, the topic that was given to me was regarding the health disparities and inequities when it comes to infectious diseases management and treatment, prevention and management, sorry. And before I come to that topic, I must say I am very impressed with this newsletter that you're having, your digital magazine, because the first thing that I opened and the first thing that I saw was regarding antimicrobial resistance, is regarding antibiotics. So I am more than happy to see that it's, it's closely to my heart because I'm an infectious diseases clinical pharmacist. So with that, I'll move on to our session. So what is this all about? What is this health disparity? What is this health inequity? Pointing. So what is health disparity? So it is the disparity that is there, the differences in health outcome and the access towards healthcare services, that is experienced by different population because of their socioeconomic background, because of their environmental background. There is a difference in health outcomes because of their inherent background. And the problem with these health disparities is that because their outcomes are in a way very much different from those who are privileged. Like in the way, I can say easily, like if you look at the environment specific, let's say you have farmers working in the paddy fields, okay? They are more prone towards mosquito-borne infections, okay, rather than a person who is in the urban nature. So it can cause multiple variations when it comes to prevalence, when it comes to treatment outcomes, when it comes to healthcare utilization of. Okay, and what about equity? So here you can see that even though the main difference between equality and equity, even though all three of these people are given the same block for them to rise, the same opportunity for them to rise, because of their situation, they are unable to reach the full potential of their health outcome. Okay? So even though the same opportunity is being given, it is not because of the socioeconomic backgrounds and other various factors, they are unable to get the right health outcome. Therefore, equality comes into play, like taking in the factors that affects what is inherent, inhibiting them from getting the health outcome, factoring in those problems and making sure everybody is treated well. So what we see in India usually is that people with power, people with income, people with wealth tend to get a better health outcome, right? We are more privileged, more than the marginalized people, the socioeconomic poor, socioeconomic background population. Because of that, the health outcome is much better with the rich and the affluent when it comes to the poor population. Now, how is it defined? Health inequity, the one thing I want you to see in this slide is that it is unjust and it is avoidable. Okay, this health inequity refers to unjust and avoidable differences in health outcome between different populations. It can be avoided if we have relevant resources, if we have enough things to add to the equity of these patients. Now, how do we do it? The various factors, that drives towards the health outcomes can be across, from the economic background to the physical environment to the education the population is getting, to the food they are getting, to the community and the healthcare system, along with racial and discrimination. We have in India, we are, even though we say that we don't have much racism, we do have discrimination, we do have racial, especially in the rural population. Therefore, all these things can affect the health outcomes like morbidity, the expectancy, the expenditures, the status, and the functional limitations. So I'll go into a little bit detail of the various types of health inequities that we see on a day-to-day basis. So one easily thinkable, easily we can think of is the maternal and child mortality. Okay, what do you think the maternal and child mortality in the urban versus the rural is? The previous session, sir has very well mentioned the doctor to patient ratio, right? Now we are saying that we are almost near the WHO, but the number that he has showed there, 1:, the doctor to patient ratio, that is for every 1,456 patients, there is one doctor. That is the current number, the doctor to patient ratio that we are having as per the government. But what is the problem? It is rural versus urban, right? If you go to Chennai, if you go to metropolitan city, it will be much lesser than 1:1,000. It will be much lesser than 1:800. But when it comes to the rural, you don't have 1:2,000 even. You have a much bigger population who needs much more healthcare related needs, and therefore they will have much worse health outcomes. So one easy example is the maternity, because like you all know, yesterday while I was talking to the students of the Swamy Vivekanandha College, I was giving you an example regarding a mother who came with influenza infection, who went into severe ARDS because of H1N1. Okay, so you know how this patient was referred. Kerala is considered to be, the state with the least maternal mortality. Okay, Kerala has the least maternal mortality. Therefore, it is a prestige issue for institution, it's a prestige issue for the government to ensure that women don't die during labor, okay, or during pregnancy. What happened for that patient? We had a 29-week pregnant lady who contracted H1N1 and who went into severe ARDS. Okay, she was a marginalized patient. She was below the poverty line, and she was having this Ayushman Bharat insurance with her. But the problem was that when she went to the government hospital, they did not have enough resources to keep this patient alive. They knew that they will lose this mother if they keep it in the government sector. So instead of referring the patient to a tertiary government sector, they referred the patient to us. We are a private tertiary sector. Okay, and this patient came in very sick, and we gave everything that we can probably give the patient, including 17 days of ECMO. The patient was put on 17 days of ECMO. Like, for those who are unaware what ECMO is the extracorporeal membranous oxygenation. It rests your heart and your lung, and from Outside, it supplies the needs of the heart and the lung and does the function of both these organs. Okay, so with this machine, which costs around 2 lakhs per day, 2 lakhs per day for just running this machine, this patient was put on ECMO for 17 days. And you can imagine what the bill of the patient would have been. What would be the bill? For 17 days of ECMO, 2 lakhs per day. More than 30, right? More than 30 lakhs. That's not it. She was in the ICU for a very long time. She was ventilated. She was on the ventilator. But because maternal mortality was so important for the government, we had all the support and we said we will take care of the patient no matter what, and we wrote off that 34 lakh bill for the patient. Okay, and see, if every hospital can provide that kind of care, then there will be equity. But is it possible in a real life, day-to-day basis, in every case, can it be done? What about the income of the healthcare professionals who are working in such centers? That will be compromised, right? Therefore, we need to have the right balance, but making sure that people get the best out of what we intend to give them. When it comes to infectious diseases, again, which is my area, I'll come to this in a bigger way later. Again, there are rural population who doesn't have a good physician. Like the data that tells you that you have 1,456, for 1,456 patients, there is one doctor, that most of the, according to the National Medical Commission, most of these doctors are not duly registered. They are not duly registered to practice medicine. So there can be an easy mismanagement of patients, and we see this on a day-to-day basis because people coming from tertiary centers, coming from rural hospitals with fevers, having fevers for 2 months, 3 months, being treated with paracetamol and antibiotics, where it was a TB. It was actually a TB in the first place. Instead of diagnosing it rightly, being mismanaged for so many months in such a way that the patient comes with so much complication, and now it is so much difficult to treat this patient and, you know, give them their life back without incurring so much cost to the patient. So in infectious diseases, there's so much disparity, there's so much inequity when it comes to health outcomes. What about the non-communicable diseases? What are the non-communicable diseases? The best one that you can talk about: diabetes, hypertension. The good thing when it comes to rural versus urban is that when it comes to NCD, NCDs are mostly lifestyle diseases. The more junk you eat, the more, you know, diseases you get. So in that way, in the rural, the lifestyle related diseases are less. But again, the problem is that what is one of the major infectious diseases complication when it comes to diabetes? What happens? If the sugars are not controlled, and we Indians are, you know, we are the Kerala is the diabetic capital of the world. India is also like having so much of diabetes within us. If not treated properly, what will happen? Yes, diabetic foot ulcers, because you go into severe immunocompromisation, right? You go into a severe immunocompromisation, your nerves are damaged so badly that even if there's a small wound that goes into a non-healing ulcer, which again goes into the bones, the osteomyelitis, diabetic foot infection, resulting in amputations, right? Again, a disparity if the patients are not literate enough. You know, when it comes to health literacy, they are not literate enough to know that they are having such a problem, and it needs to be dealt with in a very clinical and in a very holistic manner. Again, when it comes to access and utilization, what has been being said by the Indian government, or as per the Indian government statistics, 80% of the doctors serve in the urban community, 80% of the doctors. And they serve only for the 26% of the population that is in India. So what about the rest? 74%. Okay? For the rest of 74% of population, India being the most populous country in the world right now, there are only 20% doctors treating them. And even then, the patients in the rural, they even like to go to a private hospital than a government hospital, as per the data. Okay, so the reachability of a patient, who is from a very, very remote area of India, all the way into the urban cities to get access to the right treatment, the best treatment, again, access is a problem when it comes to equity. Now, socioeconomic disparities. Okay, this is very self-explanatory. Because they are poor, they don't have enough money, they don't go to a doctor even if they have a serious illness. They try not to go and keep it with themselves as much as possible till a stage where they feel that it's out of their hands. There's so much of socioeconomic disparity that is happening. Again, gender-based disparities, and I congratulate Swamy Vivekananda for having so many of women empowerment actually going on. I've never seen a place like this. I must say that yesterday, ma'am was, meticulously taking me to all the campuses, showing, this is Asia's second most women-oriented institution. So, I mean, that is something so beautiful to see. And I must say, that is in Tamil Nadu. Okay, I have studied in Tamil Nadu and I have seen Tamil Nadu. It's one of the best places that you can be, where you can see that women are being treated with respect. But not the same when it comes to the other parts of India. There is so much gender inequity that they can't see eye to eye to a man. It's considered as if it's a big crime. So we know that there are gender inequities, and also just imagine what happens in our household. What happens? Our mothers, who are most of us like homemakers, they will try not to go to a hospital because they have so many things to do at the household, right? They'll keep it with them as much as possible till again a situation comes where they have to go and get treatment. So gender-based inequities are also there, and we need to consider that also when it comes to providing equal healthcare system. Now, regional disparities I have told you. One example that I have told you was regarding the paddy fields, right? And the other example that I can easily tell you is regarding malaria. The North India has a lot more malaria when compared to the South Indian people, and we know that South India is much better when it comes to the healthcare rather than the North India. What about our immigrant and refugee population? Right now in Kerala, we have a lot of immigrants coming for work. We have a lot of people coming. And I'll tell you a story what happened recently, maybe 6 months back. There was a boy who came from, I think, Jharkhand or maybe somewhere along the northeast. And he came to Kerala, maybe, let's say less than 4 days he comes to Kerala. He comes here for an initial checkup to a local hospital because some fever or something was there. And he has just left his home 4 days back, but he's been having fever for the past 2 months. He's been having fever for the past 2 months. With that fever, he comes all the way from his home to Kerala to work. And in the middle of his working condition, he collapses, and this boy was brought. He was only, I think, around 20 or 21. He was brought to our emergency department. No pulse, no BP. He was almost at the verge of dying. And you know what the diagnosis was? Malaria. An easily treatable, avoidable thing. But actually the boy died because even though he went into full-blown, the sepsis and multi-organ dysfunction, there was no way to revive this boy back because he was beyond that stage of, getting him back. And this is what, when it comes to the marginalized people. What happens with the immigrant workers? Language is a barrier for them. Knowing the place is a barrier for them. Their working condition is a barrier for them. So many inequities, so many disparities are there. With that, I have given you so many examples of different types of inequities. And this is a very, what do I call it? It is one of the most, I wouldn't want to call it stunning, but a stark difference between the India that we have today. Here we have the slums of Mumbai, and here you have the aeroplane. That's the airport. So what happens is that adding to what is already there, adding to the inequities that are already there, adding to the disparities that are already there, there is a corporatization of the healthcare, right? Chains of hospitals being opened up. But they are there for the rich, not for the poor, right? Corporatization is exactly what you can see here. Again, this is the airport, these are the slums. You can see the stark difference in which people are actually living. Okay, and there are so many different, ways of putting this. And corporatization, in a way, is driving the disparity, that initial image that I showed you. The people with income, power, wealth, they again are the ones who are getting better healthcare than our poor population or this people with a poor socioeconomic background. Now, what has it cost? So basically, corporatization is nothing but healthcare systems and the trend of healthcare systems and services being increasingly owned by large corporations, including for-profit entities, right? They are for-profit. They are not charitable. They are not mission-oriented, non-for-profit. No, they are for-profit. Okay, so they charge so much higher than normally what would be there in a rural area or in a semi-urban area. And the problem with that is that it has significant implication when it comes to healthcare delivery, access, quality, and equity. Now, what will happen with the corporatization of healthcare is that the quality of care for the marginalized will again go down drastically. Those who can't afford, they will still continue to be the ones who can't afford, right? And what about the inequities? They'll have so much barriers to be accessing the healthcare related services that are provided by the profit-driven models. And obviously, the affordability and the cost of care. Okay, so you know what happened in COVID, right? We all know what happened in COVID. During COVID, hospitals were full, right? So when there is a situation where hospitals are full, whom do you think the corporate hospitals will take? The ones without money or the ones with the money? That has actually happened, right? That happened 2 years back, right before our eyes. Okay, and we know how hospitals were claimed to be overcharging patients for PPE and all these things, where government had to step in, and in Kerala there was a cutoff for this private room, this much is maximum that you can get. In ward, this is maximum that you can charge a patient. This has actually happened right before our eyes. Okay, so this will very well decline, this will very well decline the efforts that we are doing towards reducing the inequities. And again, the fragmentation of continuity of care. Even though a patient goes there first time, let's say a poor patient goes there to a corporate hospital for the first time, they have drained of all their money in such a way that they won't be able to afford a follow-up. Okay, so there will be break of their medical condition to be treated and therefore causing again problems. Therefore, we need to have regulations, we need to have advocacy. Somebody has to talk for them, somebody has to fight for them. And we need patient advocacy and empowerment and a balancing profit and patient care. That's what I told you, what happened during COVID, right? The last point was what the government interfered and made sure it is made available to all, and hospitals are not exploiting what is there. Now coming to infectious diseases prevention and management, like I said, there is so much disproportionate burden of infectious diseases based on all the factors that I've showed you before. And we have to focus on reducing the disparities and making sure that everyone, regardless of the socioeconomic status, has equal access to preventive measures, timely diagnosis and appropriate treatment. And we need people who are more inclusive, healthcare systems that are more inclusive to take care of the needs of the marginalized patients. So I just thought I'll just give you one example because something that has always come up in my radar is neonatal sepsis. Neonatal sepsis, who are neonates? Who are neonates? Newborns? So up to 28 days of their birth, they are termed as neonates, okay? So what happens in neonatal sepsis? It can be a mother-to-child transmission, like yesterday, to those who were here, the class I took. From mother, if the mother is colonized with some bacteria, that can easily go into the child and cause neonatal sepsis. That's why you treat asymptomatic bacteriuria in pregnant women. So for whatever reason, a baby is having a neonatal sepsis. What happens there? The baby has to be put in an NICU, right? In an ICU, has to be drawn blood. The poor child, so little, with so much little blood, we have to draw 20 ml blood for the blood culture. And what happens? We have to wait for 3 days to get the blood culture. We have to start the antibiotic, broad spectrum antibiotic, much earlier, and we have to wait for 3 days. What are the things we can actually, do to help the baby recover better, to help the baby, to make the baby healthy much easier? Can you tell me some of the things that comes to your mind? Now you have something called the rapid diagnostics. Have you heard of it? So there are various rapid diagnostics, there are various panels that you can use which will give you the result of which pathogen might be causing the sepsis within 2 to 4 hours. You don't have to wait for 48 to 72 hours. There are panels, but the problem is panels are very costly, right? How much will it cost? The respiratory panel will easily cost you 15,000 rupees, okay? But these are the things that we need, right? When it comes to rapid diagnostic, when it comes to infectious diseases, rapid diagnostic is one thing that if we can make it much lower. Again, coming back to COVID, what happened in COVID? What was the RT-PCR, open RT-PCR, TrueNat, all these things? How much did it cost initially? Have you all forgotten? How much did a open RT-PCR cost during the initial wave of COVID? 2,500? Easily? 3,000? Okay, I see some 5. Yeah, easily 3,000 rupees was initially charged. What happened? They introduced newer agents, newer reagents, newer this PCR kits that were much more affordable. And do you know how much they charge for an open RT-PCR now? Ma'am would be knowing, yes, 500. 500 rupees all is that they charge. So it is possible, right? COVID, we had no other way than to come down. Right? We had to be more innovative in coming up with measures that will help people get the best care. So it is possible along with the rapid diagnostics as well. So any patient who's coming with sepsis, you know what happens, how many, I know there are so many interns here. How many of you have heard of the sepsis bundle? When a patient comes with sepsis bundle? Okay, sepsis is a life-threatening infection, right? Therefore, what the sepsis bundle says is that within 1 hour of the patient presenting to you, you should give them the broad-spectrum antibiotic. That is life-saving. With each hour going by, the mortality significantly goes up. Okay, let's say a baby with sepsis, we have started on antibiotic A. Now 48 hours later or 3 days later, we are getting the report that the baby is not doing so well. We are getting the report that the antibiotic, the broad spectrum antibiotic that we gave was not susceptible, sensitive to the bug that has come in the sepsis, in the blood culture. Okay. Can we avoid this with rapid diagnostics? Yes, definitely. Within 2 to 4 hours, we will bring down the mortality, the estimated mortality of giving the wrong antibiotic if we introduce a rapid diagnostics at an affordable cost for the patients. So, coming back to my area, I am a clinical pharmacist by profession. I work in a hospital, so my area is always antimicrobial stewardship. So for those who are not here yesterday, I just always, whenever I get time, whenever I am given an audience, I always want people to be aware of what we are having at hand. Okay? We are having a war with the superbugs, right? Whether we like it or not, it is happening. So may I ask you, which is the most common indication for prescribing antibiotics in the community? I need answers. Fever, cold. Ma'am, how many are there? How many participants are there? 300. I am getting only 2 answers from 300 people. This is your area. What do you take antibiotic for? Infection, what kind of infection? That's exactly my point. What kind of infections? Respiratory infections. It's usually flu. We're taking antibiotic for cold and flu. It's like this pencil which has no point. Right? And yesterday I made you say, what is the full form of COVID? Corona? Virus infectious disease. And how many took azithromycin? How many took an antibiotic? In my hospital, I have to say, nearly 70 to 80% of them, they were scared for their life, they took azithromycin, thinking the antibiotic will save them from the viral infection. I do not know why. Okay, so we know that there is a lot of antibiotic misuse. The reason why I am talking about this is because this is going to be one of the biggest challenges when it comes to addressing infectious diseases inequities. Okay, there is more than 50% of misuse when it comes to antibiotics. And whom do you think is the biggest consumers of antibiotics? Which group consumes antibiotics the most? Pediatric? Adults? Oh, that means both are there. Pediatric and adult. Anything else? You will be surprised to know it's the animals. Okay, it's not humans. Animals has the biggest amount of antibiotic use. Sorry. 80% of all the antibiotics that are being produced in the world is being used for animals. Why? Does it make sense? Does it make sense? I will put sense to you right now. You know why? You know that we have so much bacteria in our body, right? Skin, our nasopharynx, right? Everywhere. Where is the most, the highest amount of bacteria that is in the human body? Where? Lungs. Gut. Yes. So do you know how much bacteria lives there? More than the number of human cells that you have on your body, have in your body. Okay? The amount of bacteria is more. So that means you are more bacteria than human. Right? So much bacteria is there in your gut. And what will happen? When you eat something, this bacteria also needs survival. Bacteria also, they are good bacteria. I'm not blaming them. They are good bacteria. Right? We need them for digestion for various things. So they also need food. Right? So when we eat, some part of it is being taken by them also. So what the animal husbandry or the animal industry does is that they use it for, what is this drug? Colistin polymyxin. People going to the ICU. This is your last high-end antibiotic right now, along with ceftazidime-avibactam, right? For non-treatable patients with high Acinetobacter bacteria, Acinetobacter ventilator-associated pneumonia, polymyxin is something that you give. Okay, it is one of the highest end antibiotics that we have right now. Now it is being used in animals for what? Can you see that? What is it written? This is the label of this packet that is being given to the animal. It is given for growth promotion, so that they kill down, because colistin and polymyxin are purely gram-negative, antibiotic that acts against only gram-negatives. They have no action on gram-positive, and your gut is full of gram-negative, okay, along with others. But most of your gut bacteria is gram-negative bacteria. So polymyxin makes sure that it kills all the gram-negative bacteria. Whatever food is being fed to the animals develop as their muscles, develop as their meat. So this is how antibiotics are misused in the animal husbandry or in the growth promotion of animals and birds. Even for fisheries, even fishes, they are giving all these antibiotics for growth promotion. Now, the Scandinavian countries like Netherlands and all, they have banned the use of antibiotics for growth promotion. They will only give it if the animals are sick. But India is nowhere near there. There are efforts going, but nowhere near there. Now all this will drive into resistance, right? Because like yesterday when I said, in 1942, during Alexander Fleming's Nobel Prize speech, he did warn us that if you misuse antibiotics, they will become useless. And that is exactly what is being happening now.
Excuse me, ma'am. We are running short, ma'am.
Yeah. So you know how the antibiotic resistance happens. So whenever you give an antibiotic, the resistant ones remain, the susceptible ones are killed. And then what happens? Once the susceptible ones are killed, the resistant ones grows, and they share the resistance to the other bacteria as well. And this is again something that I showed you yesterday for those who are new today. Whenever an antibiotic is produced, the resistance will follow within a year. Okay, the best example that we have at hand is ceftazidime-avibactam is the latest antibiotic that we have in the market, in Indian market. So 2015 it was produced. We have Klebsiella pneumoniae resistant to ceftazidime-avibactam in 2015 itself. Okay, therefore, carbapenem resistance is again our problem, and India is not alone when it comes to the high burden of antimicrobial resistance. We are always burning in blue and red when it comes to resistance when compared to the other countries as well. And like I said, the major drivers are: one, human antimicrobial use; second, animal antimicrobial use. Now, more than half of the patients who are receiving antibiotics in the hospital, we know that most of it is misused. And it is said that by 2050, there will be 10 million deaths because of antimicrobial resistance. Why? Because we will be left with no antibiotics to treat even the simple infection. Now again, coming to the specific nature of India, being the most populous country in the world, we have so much patient population that we tend to give the resistance much faster, much easier to those who are around us. And also, the other major thing that you need to see is that when it comes to antibiotics, for those who are not there, I think some of you are here for the first time, right? Yesterday you were not there. May I ask you, how long do you treat a diabetic patient with an anti-diabetic medicine? Let's say insulin. How long do you treat? Lifelong? Right? Hypertensive? Antibiotic? 10 days? 14 days? Maximum for osteomyelitis is 6 weeks. Okay, that's it. But 30 years of research into having a new molecule which gets useless within 1 year because of the resistance that is happening. No company is coming forward in investing in the development of new antibiotics. That is this slide, which shows that the development of new antibiotics are much lower, but when compared to cancer, because of the profit it is there, the industries are more towards building cancer medicines than antibiotic medicines. And this is again a graph showing that how the number of antibiotic production has come down significantly. Okay, now again the last thing I would like to talk to you was regarding the out-of-the-pocket expenditure. So in countries like US, UK, Canada, everything related to health is taken care by the government. They have to pay their insurance, they have to pay their medical insurance, but every patient is taken care, whether they have a broken leg, whether they have a severe infection that puts them in the ICU, government covers it. But in India, it has to be from our own pocket. The insurance is something that is coming up slowly in India, but again in the urban, not in the rural. So this is an article that was published by Dr. Sujit and team from CMC Vellore. They studied the high cost burden and health consequences of antibiotic resistance, the price to pay. I'll show you their major cost burden findings. So the significantly higher cost when it comes to treating resistant organisms. But just see this. The average daily wage of a rural male casual worker is approximately 95 rupees. Okay, this is the rural India we are talking about, not the urban India. Less than 100 rupees is what they get on a daily basis. But therefore, so much more is taken from their pocket when it comes to an illness they need to get treated. And India has nearly 22% of people below the poverty line. Okay, BPL patients are 22%. With that being said, I'll give you a simple example to figure out for yourself what would be a cost burden because of AMR. Let's say we have a patient with urosepsis with E. coli. Let's say it's a non-ESBL strain. It's a fairly sensitive strain. And the therapy regimen that is given to treat this urosepsis is ceftriaxone 1 gram for once a day for 7 days. Okay. Now, coming to the cost, ceftriaxone 1 gram costs around 50 rupees. Okay, around 50 rupees. 51 is what I have seen. And therefore, the total cost is for 7 days, once a day, 350 rupees, right? Makes sense? Now what happens if it's a carbapenem resistant organism, like the NDM, the OXA and all these other organisms, where you have to treat with a drug like ceftazidime-avibactam. which is 2.5 grams, Q 8H, 3 times a day. The cost for 1 dose of ceftazidime is 5,000. 1 dose. So per day dose, 15,000. So for that 7 days, more than 1 lakh. Now think of the rural person I've talked to you about. Their average wage is only 100 rupees. How are they going to afford this 1 lakh rupees if AMR hits them? So the reason, this is the reason why we need to be extremely careful when it comes to dealing with antibiotics, dealing with AMR. Therefore, it is our role to make sure that, you know, enough awareness is created about it, your measurements are taken and many actions are taken to help promote the equity. So what can we do? You being the clinical pharmacist, in what all ways can you be there? You can be the leader, you can be the advocate to reduce the health disparities because you are the experts in medicine. Okay, therefore, and you have to be an advocate in raising awareness when it comes to collaborating with interdisciplinary teams to help patients get the right health outcomes. And as per the CDSC, clinical pharmacists can lead antimicrobial stewardship program. Like I said, one more thing I want to recall from what I said yesterday is that NABH is striving towards antimicrobial stewardship programs. And if the clinical pharmacists can lead the antimicrobial stewardship program, just imagine how many posts, how many job opportunities that you will have as a clinical pharmacist in working in antimicrobial stewardship and in what role you can play, and help the marginalized patients to have, to have a better community outreach so that you can collaborate with the local organizations, schools, etc. And to have collaboration with the healthcare providers and community leaders for advocating policy change, professional training, and inspiring future leaders. This is easily doable, inspiring future leaders, because our clinical pharmacy is a very new, a new kid on the block, okay? So we have the power to influence as many as possible, saying about what we can do in the right amount in helping coming down with the disparity. And again, what the doctor says and what the patient perceives. There's so much disparity when it comes to health literacy, and patient counseling, disease counseling is one of our major forte that we have that we should address. So with that, I would like to end my talk, and I would take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us with a wonderful talk. And in this present scenario, a balanced patient care is very essential. And madam has given us a very good knowledge about the awareness and the need for more insurance scheme, giving a proper awareness to all the people, especially in the rural population, and the need for an equity. So due to the lack of time, this questions and all, we will have it in the afternoon session, ma'am. Thank you for enlightening us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All the queries will be addressed during the panel discussion. Now I request Dr. Sachu Philip ma'am to present Dr. Grace Mary John with a memento and certificate as a token of our felicitations. We kindly ask Dr. Sharmila Nirojani, Head of Department Pharmacy Practice, to present Dr. Sachu Philip ma'am with a certificate as a gesture of honor.
Thank you once again, ma'am. It's time for the lunch break. I kindly ask all participants to reconvene by 2:20 p.m. Lunch arrangements have been made in the adjacent hall. Following the lunch break, we will resume the CPP IGS 2023 session. I request the student volunteers to guide the participants. It's now time for the lunch break. I kindly ask all participants to reconvene by 2:20 p.m. Lunch arrangements have been made in the adjacent hall. So I request all the SVCP student volunteers to guide the participants.
For the next session, I request all the SVCP student coordinators to make sure that all the participants are seated for the next session. Manisha B. PharmD intern, please report to the MOC desk. Machina. I request all the participants to assemble back. I request all the SVCP student coordinators to make sure that all the participants are seated. I request all the participants to be seated back. I request all the student coordinators to make sure that all the participants are seated for the next session. I request all the participants to be seated back. I request all the participants to assemble back. I request all the coordinators to make sure that all the participants are seated. I request all the participants to assemble back. The next session is about to start. SVCP student volunteers, please come to the MOC desk. SVCP student volunteers, please report to the MOC desk. I request all the participants to assemble back and please maintain silence. The next session is about to begin. Good afternoon to one and all present here. We are honored to invite Mrs. Merin Levy Phillips, Assistant Professor at Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Paramedical Sciences, College of Pharmacy in Coimbatore. She will be the chairperson for the next session by Dr. Lokesh Prasad. I request Dr. Merin Levy Phillips to come on the dais. I request all the participants to please maintain silence. YouTube session. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I request all the participants to please maintain silence. The next session is about to begin. We are honored to invite Mrs. Merin Levy Phillips, Assistant Professor at Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Paramedical Sciences, College of Pharmacy in Coimbatore. Mrs. Merin holds a B.Pharm degree from KMCH College of Pharmacy, an M.Pharm degree from Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Paramedical Sciences College of Pharmacy, and a postgraduate diploma in management in hospital administration from Indira Gandhi National Open University. With 12 years of teaching experience, she previously worked as an assistant professor at Sri Krishna College of Pharmacy in Trivandrum, where she established the Drug Information and Patient Counseling Center. Currently, she is serving as an assistant professor at Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Paramedical Sciences in Coimbatore. Mrs. Merin was also a scientific committee staff volunteer in IPC 2015 Mysuru and IACP Conference 2016 Coimbatore. Staff Coordinator of DCON Diabetes and Endocrinology International Conference Coimbatore 2015 and 2019 conducted by Endocrinology Department, Sri Ramakrishna Hospitals. Before her teaching career, Mrs. Merin worked as a hospital pharmacist at Pushpagiri Medical College. She has actively participated in over 20 national seminars, authored around 10 articles in international and national journals, and presented posters and case presentations. Notably, she received a scholarship from the Tamil Nadu Pharmaceutical Sciences Welfare Trust for her outstanding M.Pharm project. We kindly request Mrs. Merin Levy Phillips to provide a brief profile note on Dr. Lokesh Prasad, MS.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. It's a delight to be chairing this session, and I wholeheartedly thank the management principal and the organizing committee for giving this opportunity. And today's topic is the future of pharmacy, exploring diverse career opportunities of pharmacy graduates. I think it's a very significant topic in this current scenario where lakhs of pharmacy students are graduating every year in India. Being a multifaceted and multidisciplinary profession, it has got myriad opportunities. Primarily it is advantageous, but also sometimes it's perplexing. Hence, it will be a great opportunity to listen to Dr. Lokesh Prasad today. Before the session, it's a privilege to introduce him. Dr. Lokesh Prasad holds B.Pharm, M.Pharm, Pharmaceutical Analysis, MBA in HRM, and he is also a PhD in Pharmaceutical Sciences. He is an accomplished professional with over 23 years of experience as a scientific officer and government analyst at the Drug Control Department, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Karnataka. He is also certified internal auditor for National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories. Dr. Prasad excels in drafting legal and service-related documents and is also known for his expertise in Gemini astrology, numerology also. Dr. Prasad is also having an educational academic background. He started his career as an assistant professor and worked with various colleges. With his extensive experience and educational accomplishments, Dr. Lokesh Prasad excels in the field of quality control, teaching, and also Vedic astrology. With this introduction, I request sir to continue with his session. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, madam, for a wonderful introduction. And everybody had a very nice lunch. So feeling a bit drowsy. Morning, both the sessions were wonderful. So you enjoyed, right? The future of pharmacy, exploring diverse career opportunities of pharmacy graduates. This is a very right time, very much right time for all you people of pharmacy, clinical pharmacy, pharmacy students, M.Pharm pharmacy practice, or any other disciplines of pharmacy, as is very well told by our Dr. Samir. So there is a very large scope for you people, whatever you study the academics. So you align that with the technology. Technology means artificial intelligence, and even to the extent of blockchain technology. I think all of you are aware of Android, correct? What is Android? What is the Android technology? It is based on what? Let me make it clear. Don't take me serious, but take the subject as serious. Okay? Android is a primary version of artificial intelligence, and it is the blockchain technology which is the next level of technology. So you being very good at academics will not be enough to excel in the life. So you have to be connected with the technology. Otherwise, all the opportunities, whatever is present, you will definitely miss. As is very wisely said by Dr. Samir. So you have lot of opportunities. Similarly, Madam Gracie Mary also told with antimicrobial resistance project or whatever to work in as a clinical pharmacist. So all of you got lot of job opportunities. So let me go one by one. What job opportunities you have at the government level, at the private level, at the domestic, that is at the Indian perspective, international perspective, as an entrepreneur, as a businessman, there are so many areas where you can definitely excel and make lot of money. So at the end of the day, everybody is very much particular in making money. Am I correct or not? You agree with me or not? You want to make money or you don't want? Yeah, that is a right answer, but I am going to tell you that is a wrong answer. Because in future, money will not be important at all. As per the data given by Dr. Samir, our GDP, whatever the growth of our country is definitely more than whatever the data is given. So money will not be a big issue in future. It is only the talent, whatever you have, the talent, that will definitely make you great. Because money will become a secondary for anybody in future, because in future the world will be ruled by technology. And you, with the knowledge of pharmacy practice or whatever your clinical pharmacy knowledge, if you align that with the technology, with whatever daily you use your mobile phone for various reasons, for your maybe social media or whatever, little time if you devote it for your studies or your education, if you align with the mobile technology or whatever the technology present today, definitely you can excel and you can become expert. So the expertise is important, not the, and once you are expert, the money will automatically come. So I am not indirectly saying that money is not important, but money is important. But if you want money, you should become expert. Definitely, it will follow you. Okay? The state government sector. Under state government sector, first let me discuss what are the job opportunities you may have under the state government sector. Once you finish your B.Pharm or M.Pharm or Pharm D or M.Pharm pharmacy practice or any other disciplines of M.Pharm, so you have a, under state government, under state licensing authority, you have two division, that is enforcement, that is whatever you call as a drugs inspector, assistant drugs controller, deputy drugs controller for the state, whatever, all those positions you can definitely get through this enforcement side. That is, you will have to be well versed with the drugs and cosmetics and medical device. Today you have another advantage is that earlier there were only drugs inspectors, though the cosmetic was also in the Drugs and Cosmetic Act, the cosmetic area was not that developed. Today, the cosmetic market itself is very big. Cosmetic market is so huge, and this is being filled with a lot of women. You know better than me that what is the budget of cosmetic of any industry, or what is the turnover of any cosmetic industry, right? And how much advertisement you watch on the television compared to other advertisement with respect to the cosmetic advertisement. So you must have a lot of knowledge about cosmetic. That means there are so many cosmetics. Based on the number of cosmetic industries, the number of posts to be created at the central level or at the state level will be increased. So you have to get prepared yourself with the knowledge, because if you don't have knowledge, you cannot succeed, or you will not be successful in getting the jobs. Then medical device is another area where it has been added. Medical Device Act 2017 has been re-amended and it has been brought as Medical Device Act 2020. Again, all the pharmacy graduates are the people who are eligible for the post of medical device inspectors. And you know, one more information I would like to give you. How many types of inspector you have heard? No, loud. You had good lunch, but still you are not loud in your voice. Tell me one by one. Let me come there. Yeah, please. What inspectors you have? Drug inspector you forget. Tell me other inspectors. Health inspector, then next. After that, boys, why boys are silent? Huh? Don't worry, I am there in your side. Huh? What inspectors? Forget about drug inspector, labor inspectors, factory inspectors, food inspector, police inspector you forgot. Huh? Police inspector you forgot. Very bad. Okay. Every time they will stop you while driving the vehicle, they will check your DL, everything. Among all these inspectors, only drugs inspector is a gazetted post. Only drugs inspector is a gazetted post. To tell you in a simple language, you can sign in green ink. When you want some certificates to be attested, you go to gazetted officer. So only you people can become drugs inspector. You can also become police inspector. No doubt. I don't want you to become police inspectors. So become drugs inspector and you can become gazetted officers. Right? So that is the job opportunities you have in drugs and cosmetics. Cosmetics Act 2020 also has come. Then you have medical device. Then coming to quality control, you can become a officers, scientific officers, to check the quality of the drugs, to check the quality of the cosmetics, to check the quality of medical devices. Today you have a huge medical devices, and medical devices are classified as, you know, any idea what are the classification of medical devices? Because you being a clinical pharmacist, you must know the medical device. These classified into 4 categories: Class A, Class B, Class C, Class D. Class A, B belongs to one particular type. Class C and D belongs to another particular type. Any idea what is that? Any answer? No problem. Even it is nonsense, I can accept. Any idea? Medical devices? Okay, let me ask you, like, what do you mean by medical device? Any example of medical device? Simple example. Yeah, stents. So let me tell you, stent, pacemaker, stent, your needle, IV cannula, the invasive medical devices, the medical devices which are inserted inside the body. In a simple words I am telling, I am not giving the definition of medical device, don't mistake me. The medical devices which will go inside the body, which will alter the function of the body, they are categorized under C and D. The medical devices which are used externally are classified under A and B category. For C and D category, one must have the license to manufacture. For A and B category, they should only register as a manufacturer. Recently, Johnson & Johnson company was sued for supplying inferior quality medical device. Okay, the compensation was paid in a huge amount. You understand this? So medical device is such a big industry where it is not only you get the job as a medical device officers, you can also start a medical device manufacturing. That I will come to next part. So in this way, at a state level, because recruitment will take place both at state level, because ours is a federal system through Tamil Nadu Public Service Commission or Kerala Public Service Commission, Karnataka Public Service Commission, being it is a gazetted officer post, you can definitely get into these positions. Okay, only thing is you must aware of the knowledge. Okay, and one more good news which I am going to show you at my last slide, that me being a drug technical advisory board, which is a highest body with regard to drugs and cosmetics and medical device, we have included Form D as a qualification for drugs inspector. Earlier it was not there. Earlier Form D was not the qualification, eligible qualification or prescribed qualification for drugs inspector, whereas Form D has been included in 78th Drug Technical Advisory Board meeting, and the notification also came. And one more additional thing is, earlier 18 months experience in the manufacturing of Schedule C, C1 drugs. Earlier, one should have B.Pharm qualification and should have an experience of 18 months in Schedule C and C1 drugs. Schedule C means biologicals. Schedule C1 means all antibiotics manufacturing. Now we have removed even that. So only any B.Pharm, M.Pharm, Form D students are eligible to apply for drugs inspector post. Only thing is, if you have knowledge and if you qualify in the exam, you will become drugs inspector. So ultimately, what you should have? Not just qualification. You should have knowledge. Very good. So, this is under Government of India, Union Government, you have, it is called CDSCO, Central Drug Standard. Very good, wonderful. So, lunch is definitely working nicely. CDSCO, again you have here, same pattern, you have same pattern, you have a drugs and cosmetics, medical device, again enforcement, quality control, same pattern you have. Here, anybody here who are sitting here, definitely any one of you can become Drug Control General of India. You have any idea that you can become Drug Control General of India? See, some 20-25 years back, I was sitting like you there. Today I am standing here because of hard work, smartness. Both, you should be smart enough and little hard work. I am not telling like other lectures, do hard work, hard work, hard work. Because everything is smart now. Mobile is smart mobile. You are also smart, looking smart, doing smart, everything is smart. Correct? So, because always girls are always well dressed, smart looking. Our boys only, we have to keep telling, be get well dressed. Okay? So, you can definitely become any post because Drug Control General of India is also human being. We are also human being. Definitely we can become, but only thing is you will have to gain knowledge, knowledge, knowledge. Okay? So this is the same pattern. Let me continue with our next this thing. In private sector, this is very, very important because many people, they think that we are not able to get a job in government. It is not true that you can definitely get job in government, but only thing is the jobs are limited in government, so that is why you may feel like that, but you must try. You should never fail to try. You try and fail, that is not an issue, but you should never fail to try. So in private sector, you have a domestic, that is at the national level, that is at Indian level, you can drugs and cosmetics, manufacturing and sales. Any of you can definitely go for manufacturing unit of any sort of drugs, any sort of cosmetics, any sort of medical devices. You can definitely start a manufacturing unit. The only thing is you should, before going to that, you should do extensive study on that, how to go ahead with that, with your subject knowledge, with your qualification. Because why I am stressing on this? Because many of you are here from the Form D or M.Pharm or pharmacy practice or whatever, but still I am stressing, many non-pharmacy people are running pharmaceutical industry, which is not healthy condition. You take it seriously. Many non-pharmacy people or even non-science people, they not even studied science. They are running the very important manufacturing of drugs. Drugs which is given from where? When you are 1 month in your mother's womb, not even 1 month, from that date till a person who is 120 years or 130 years, till that age the medicine is given, that medicine is manufactured by a incompetent person, that is unqualified person. So you can definitely think of going into manufacturing. Don't think it is a big Monster or whatever, definitely you can start a manufacturing unit and sales also. See, don't think sales after completing all these very good qualification like M.Pharm and all, why you should go for sales? Sales means not like a simple medical store or like that. One of my student, he has finished diploma in pharmacy and he is now owner of 40 medical store chain in Bangalore, and he is roaming all the foreign countries. I am the teacher, I am just watching him on the Facebook. Thing is, you should never think that a particular job or particular profession is less or low, okay? And that to each medical store is of triple medical store size. Why I am giving this example? Each and everything, everywhere, whether it is a sales or manufacturing or clinical pharmacy or at the policy making, being a Drug Control General of India, everywhere our pharma student should be there. Then only, as our madam told, there is a no equity. There is no equity. So to bring the equity, you people should get into all the positions. Don't hesitate that you cannot go to any position. Then coming to approved laboratory, I am the head of the quality control of a government laboratory. Similarly, any person can start his own laboratory. So one can start the own laboratory, or you can become a approved chemist or a authorized signatory in the private laboratory, where you are the custodian of the quality. You are the custodian of the quality. So then diagnostics and blood banks, I think this is more suitable for Pharm D students, because during COVID you might have observed there is huge demand for testing. Okay, still don't think that time has passed. Still you have a very good scope for all diagnostics and blood banks. Blood bank is another big area. You know, today what is the major issue for blood products? Any idea? Any idea you have for blood products? What is the demand? Human albumin. There is a huge demand for human albumin. If anybody in this crowd, if you get me human albumin, I am ready to buy immediately. 15 days back, I have inquired the price of human albumin. They were quoted $55. Today they are telling $130, and they are asking, you can inquire in the market, it is more than $200. We are offering you for $130 because you are in government. So that is a big area. You know how many products come out of blood? You all go to free blood camp and you give blood. That is a very wonderful service, no doubt. And out of that blood, they prepare lot of products. Plasma, platelets, there are a lot of things. Our Samir sir will be very expert in telling in that. So again, blood bank is another very lucrative, very wonderful industry where you can do. But there are a lot of ethics is required. That is my request for you students, because all goodness lies with the younger generation, lies with the you students. We grown up people, we are not as good as you, to be frank. So you have that ethics and go for the blood banks and all. Then international, at international level, what I can do? You can become an importer. You can definitely become an importer. Any idea like what and all you can import? Radio diagnostics is one of the major area where import is very much required. Radio diagnostics. From Russia, people will import many radio pharmaceuticals for diagnosis. Okay? And where it is treated as a medical device in Russia, where in India it is treated as a drug, vice versa. There are some issues are there that we at the level of CDSU we are solving that, but it is only one example that there is a lot of scope for importing. You can import lot of things, at the same time you can export. What and all you can export? HPV vaccine. What is HPV vaccine? Human papilloma virus. It is in huge demand today. Okay, I am just giving only one example because of paucity of time, I am not able to deal. Again, I have to complete the slides also. So, you got to be you can get into the import-export business, import-export consultant. You can become import-export consultant. For that, you should study the Drugs and Cosmetic Act with a passion. You must study with a passion. When anything you take it as a passion, you will enjoy that. Whether your Form D subject or Form D course or pharmacy practice or whatever, please you take it as a passion. If you take it as a passion, it is good for you as well as it is good for nation and as well as it is good for us, because we have come all the way to give a little knowledge whatever we have gained. In that, very important thing is you should take it as a passion and you should deal with ethics, right? Then generic medicine, again there is a lot of demand for generic medicine. You know why? India is a pharmacy of the what? India is a pharmacy of what? You have a pharmacy at your native. One medical store is there. Ganesh Medicals is pharmacy of your Kollampatti something. And similarly, India is a pharmacy of the world. That means we are supplying to the entire world. More than 200 countries we are supplying medicine. Okay? Many generic medicines to the third world country. You know what and all they demand? US FDA approved drugs. One should have a medicine manufactured in the standards of US FDA. Another one is ICH guidelines. Next is European Union. I am just telling you all these terms. You note down and you just find out what it is. That is enough. If you just find out what are US FDA standards, what are ICH guidelines, what is European Union, Australian, third world country, then WHO GMP certified. So all these different standards, the prices also varies according to the standard. US FDA always high quality drugs, European Union, all that. Then you come to halal. All these Muslim countries, they demand for halal certified, because whatever gelatin you use in the manufacturing of any medicine, something like capsule, empty gelatin capsule, it should be halal certified. See, there are so many information connected to drug. Only thing is you must be aware of that. And what is the importance of knowledge? I will give you a beautiful example at the end. Then coming to new drug application, abbreviated new drug application dossier submission. This is a very, very challenging issue. This is called as a regulatory affair. It is not that only MPharm regulatory affairs students should deal with. Anybody with a passion, anybody who is having the knowledge or want to become regulatory affair expert, that is regulatory consultant, whether national or international, you can definitely get into that. You can, only thing is for anything, for everything, you should get the knowledge. You should do definitely a smart and hard work, not just smart work or not just hard work. And these generation, don't mistake me, you are more with a smart work. With only smart work, nothing will work. Some part of hard work you have to do. To give a presentation today, we have also prepared and came. Without that, we will be not be having a courage to speak here. So, a little amount of hard work definitely we have done. We expect same thing for you, for the benefit of you people, for the betterment of college, for the betterment of our country. Okay? So, this international, you can also go to clinical research organization, or you can definitely open a clinical research organization. Recently, we have done an amendment for, let me explain you, when you submit application for manufacturing license, if it is a already approved drug, you should submit BABE study data. What is BABE? Bioavailability and bioequivalence. What is the difference? What is the difference? You are all wonderful. Because many lecturers, nobody will open mouth. You are all wonderful. You are telling what is BABE. But you also tell me what is the difference. What is bioavailability? Okay. I will leave the bioequivalence. You don't answer bioequivalence. One maafi kar diya. What is bioavailability? I did not hear, but I understood you know. because the force you are telling, I can definitely understand. Okay. Bioequivalence means it is the drug. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. You can open, you can just tell anything. The equivalence between different brands. Equivalent between a paracetamol, you have different brands, and when you compare with yours is a new application for manufacturing. When you compare with the market examples, definitely it should be equivalent to that. That is BAB. Both the data you must submit. Earlier, every application should accompany the BAB studies to be done in their organization for their drug. Now we have amended that. Already if the drug, for example, amoxicillin, already it is approved drug, it is in the market, and if any you are applying for an manufacturing, if you have already done with the data, same data you can definitely submit. That means if you start a clinical research organization or if you start a BAB study center, you can definitely earn money in a right way. That is, for each BAB studies, definitely it costs 25 lakhs for one BAB studies. So, clinical research organization is not only for new drug or whatever blood products or pharmacokinetic studies, you can also go for BAB studies. Then consultancy service, I already told you, domestic, international, clinical research data filing and management, I already explained you. Then nutraceuticals and herbal formulation. This is another beautiful area. You being a clinical pharmacist, you have to insist, as madam already told, antimicrobial resistance. What you can do to avoid antimicrobial resistance? In nutraceuticals you have probiotics and prebiotics, correct? What are probiotics and prebiotics? I think you all know very well. You can definitely explore that area because still that particular area is still explorable. It's not unexplored, but still it is explorable. You can definitely get into that. It is not just manufacturing. You can also study that. You can become a consultant for manufacturing or any other aspect related to nutraceuticals, in that particularly probiotics and prebiotics, because you being a clinical pharmacist, I stress upon more on the immunity development. This slide is not willing to move. Yeah. Then hospital pharmacy. Did I press so much? Yeah, just change. Back. Yeah, next. Yeah. So coming to your main area, that is hospital pharmacy. See, I am actually less knowledgeable in this area than you, because you have to tell me these are all correct or not. But still, generally in hospital pharmacy, there is a patient-centered profile. You all agree? Patient-centered profile. What all you do in that? You have to tell me. What all you do with a patient-centered profile? So you take care of many activities. Yeah, please tell me. What? Yeah, okay, that is fine. What is next? Institution-centered profile. Institution-centered profile means you are working in an hospital, which is an institution, where what other activities you do? I want this. That is PNTC, that is Pharmacy and Therapeutic Committee. You can also, yeah, PTC or PNTC, whatever. In Pharmacy and Therapeutic Committee, you have to give your ideas, suggestions in improving guidelines, to make guidelines or whatever. And PMS, what is PMS? Yeah, post-marketing survey is very, very important. As madam already told you in the morning session, development of resistance or any drug duplication, or which is the better drug, about bioavailability and bioequivalence, this post-marketing survey is very, very important, particularly in chronic diseases, like even in the case of cancer diseases. In cancer disease, the drugs are very, very important. So that is the where you have to you have to perform the post-marketing survey. Again, coming to BA/BE studies, you can definitely perform in the institution center profile. Then community pharmacy. This community pharmacy is again another important area where you can educate people in bringing the equality or equity, as already Madam has mentioned in the morning. So you have to bring the awareness. This is again a very, very, very big area, a very wonderful area. Definitely with a passion you can contribute a lot. You can contribute a lot in order to educate many marginalized people. And this will be a service to the mankind. So in the community pharmacy, definitely you can help. Then again counseling particularly with respect to where in the hospital where you have a psychiatry ward, particularly the patient with depression, psychiatric patient. So in that area you can have a separate counseling, and other regular counseling also you do. With that, then next one is ADRM. What is ADRM? Yeah, wonderful. So adverse drug reaction monitoring is very, very important. In Ghaziabad, under the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, you have the center, Pharmacovigilance Center. You will have to, what is the use of this adverse drug reaction monitoring? Why this adverse drug reaction happens? Any idea? You are all doing wonderful job, but why? What is the reason for ADR, adverse drug reaction? What happens? What is the reason from where this adverse reaction happens? Is it happens for everybody? Then tell me, why it happens? What is abnormal toxicity? What is undue toxicity? You will have to work hard. Okay? This adverse drug reaction, it may be specific to a particular batch of drug, not for the molecule. Maybe it may not happen by API, that is active pharmaceutical ingredient. It may also happen due to excipient, particularly parental drugs. This adverse drug reaction is more. It doesn't mean that with the oral drugs it does not happen. It also happen. But so there it is very, very important, and you clinical pharmacist you play a very, very important role here, and you have definitely lot of job opportunities here. Then drug interaction. What is drug interaction? What are the different types of drug interaction? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I am very happy. Okay. Then drug duplication. Drug duplication will be there, because any example for drug duplication? Sometime you give a combination, a FDC, fixed dose combination, where it contains paracetamol. To addition to that, you give one more paracetamol. So such duplication is avoided by whom? Who prescribes? Who avoids? Yeah, very good. So you have got a very important role there. So there, drug duplication. Then posology. What is posology? Yeah, madam was telling that the dose is very, very important. Okay, so you can definitely work on this. You will have to do lot of research. You have to keep asking yourself why. Whenever the issue comes, you have to ask why yourself. Find the answer, do research, do papers, and don't do papers just by Google data or whatever. Okay, you do research, real research. Definitely it will reward you. It will take you to the top. That is for sure. Okay, so all these things are very important. Next slide. Then coming to academics, you are definitely blessed to study in this wonderful institution. Dr. Karunanidhi sir started one D Pharma college, right? At the beginning, he started one B Pharma college, and today we are sitting in a wonderful environment. with wonderful people, students like you. It all happened. Why can't you start? Huh? That means, as an opportunity, any one of you also can start an institution. Then you can, with academics, with the help of Form D students or M.Pharm students or B.Pharm students, definitely we can have a clinical trial tie-ups, because you also have a hospital. Definitely, I think already this may be going on in this institution. If it is not, definitely you show the interest, prepare a project. You prepare a wonderful project and give it to your head of the department, give it to your principal. Definitely they will approve and job will come in search of you. You need not go in search of job, job will come in search of you. Okay? Then teaching, you can also do teaching. Teaching is really wonderful profession. Okay? Because I have been rewarded, I myself have been rewarded so much with my students. This is my personal experience. I don't know with other people. That is why today, though I am in government organization, I am definitely very happy with my job. But still, today I have come to share my little knowledge because I love students. Right? So teaching, don't think teaching is not a good job. Definitely you can think of that. Then training. This training is another very important area. People, they study. You students, you study, you finish the course, but you are definitely lacking in the soft skills. A soft skill in your clinical area or in your technology or your computer skills or whatever. So definitely a training is required for each and everybody. Even they give training for us. We are not spared. We are sitting in higher position. It doesn't mean that we should not take training. So training is required for everybody. So training in academic institution, tying up with academic institution with a training is very important again. Then overseas opportunities. See, this I need not tell you because if I see the crowd, many are very much already connected to foreign countries. Maybe your brother, sister, cousins, definitely they are in the foreign. Again, in foreign country, you can get into government job. And one wonderful thing I would like to tell you, any one of you, I feel, it is my gut feeling, any one of you will definitely become USFDA drugs inspector. What inspector?
Excuse me, sir. We are running behind time.
Yeah, sure. USFDA drugs inspector. It is not that you become a drugs inspector of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka or drugs inspector for India. You can become drugs inspector of USFDA. You got it? So, definitely it is all possible and you can go to a private organization in overseas, whether it is a USA or Australia. Australia is very good for all clinical pharmacists or European country, even Middle Asia, and you can also become entrepreneur in the foreign countries. There are many foreign countries, definitely you can become an entrepreneur like sales or manufacturing or whatever. And this is I don't think it is that much very much clear. Whatever I already told, the qualification of inspector earlier, the Form D was not included. So now it is included, the Form D is included. Sorry. So this is the agenda in 78 DTAB meeting. The Form D was included and also for medical device. And for medical device inspector also the pharmacy degree, that is whether B Pharma or Form D is included. And I would always suggest go through your mobile, no doubt, but also go through the apps or social media which is connected to our pharmacy. So then you will definitely excel in your profession, you will become expert. So thank you one and all. Thank you one and all for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and thank you all my dear students. Any questions, please?
Thank you, sir, for that informative presentation. I now request Mrs. Marin Levy Phillips to conclude the session.
Sir, it was a pleasure listening to you, and it was a very interactive session. I think due to time constraints, question and answer session will be in the last. To summarize this session, Dr. Lokesh Prasad shared his insights on various opportunities in state government sector, central government sector including CDSEO, private sector, various opportunities in domestic, international consultancy services, drug and cosmetics, diagnostics, blood bank, business opportunities, hospital pharmacist, and also highlighted the importance of combining smart work with hard work. And in the last decade, it was more of product oriented, and now it is shifting to patient oriented with the introduction of doctor of pharmacy course, and private sector already many hospitals are appointing clinical pharmacists, maybe in near future in government sector too. It may open a new door for the clinical pharmacist, and opportunities never come. Opportunities need to be created, and I request all the students to find out the opportunities and have acquired the competencies. All the best. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
If there are any queries, you can ask now. It's open for all the speakers. If you have any questions, please ask. Grab your opportunity.
Any question? Not only pharmacy, anything you can ask. If you don't ask, I will ask question. What is the importance of knowledge? Anybody attended my lecture earlier? Is there anybody who have attended my lecture earlier? If that is not the case, I will give one example. Anyway, nobody is asking question. This is one. Yeah, please, madam, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Your session is very interactive. My question is, you told that PharmD also eligible for drug inspector, right?
100% true.
Okay, sir. So, is there any language requirement in all state?
Come again, madam.
Any language requirement is
for gazetted post. For gazetted post, generally for Group C, Group D post, if you should be a domicile. Domicile means you should have studied minimum 10 years in any state. Whereas for gazetted post, you may be from any state, you can apply to the any state. Like any person who is from Tamil Nadu can definitely apply for drugs inspector post in Karnataka, or same way Karnataka fellow can come and apply. Only thing is through Public Service Commission, they should write exam. This is a rule for all Group B and Group A. Class 1, Class 2 posts, this is not applicable. That is domicileness. That is, you should not be a local person. This is all applicable. This is again the importance of knowledge. You may think, I did my B.Pharm, I am a native of Tamil Nadu, can I become a drug inspector in Karnataka or not, like that. Similarly, for CDSEO inspector, anybody can apply. And there is a huge opportunity. There are not only drugs inspector in CDSEO, there is assistant drugs inspector post also who take care of port. See, in CDSEO, there is a paucity of time, that's why I could not tell you. Port, there is a import-export, where there is import-export, there the assistant drugs inspector take care of all inspection activity of the drugs which are imported and drugs which are exported. Any other doubt, madam?
One another doubt,
Yeah, please.
same question. What is the age limit for it, sir?
Age limit, it's always connected to the different, like state policy. State policy, like for general merit 30 years, then for OBC 35 years, then for like that there is a age limit. That is government policies. It differs from different public service commission. Tamil Nadu Public Commission may be different, Karnataka Public Service Commission may be different. As per that, you can definitely, but definitely is a good question, so that you have asked, others have got the information, but everybody should apply. If you apply, it is a pride for the organization. They can say, our students are inspectors in Central Drugs Control Action, Tamil Nadu government or Karnataka government, and one day you will become drug controller, you will be called here to become a chief guest. Imagine, huh? It's all happened, right?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Any other question?
All other queries will be cleared during panel discussion. Now we request Mrs. Merin Levy Phillips to
Thank you all.
present Dr. Lokesh Prasad MS with a memento and certificate as a token of our felicitations. We kindly ask Dr. P. Sharmila Nirojani, Professor and Head of Department Pharmacy Practice, to present Mrs. Merin Levy Phillips with a certificate as a gesture of honor.
in Ireland. In UK, you have to do 1 year of course called OSPAP. It's called Overseas Pharmacist Assessment Program. There is no exams or anything like that, like an equivalence examination, as you have seen in Ireland. You have to do 1 year of course. Before doing that course, we have to do the qualification validation, and you have to submit your English language competency mark as well. So if you are planning to register in UK, the first thing you have to do is get your OET or IELTS done and be prepared with your OET results or IELTS results, and then you have to apply for the registration process. So you have to apply an application form and all those the paper documents you need, like transcript or like a good standing certificate. You have to submit everything, and the fee will be like £687. That's like 68,000 rupees, which is comparatively much cheaper in Ireland. But the thing is, you have to do 1 year of OSPAP course, which may cost like 10 lakhs. So that's the only difference. So if we are first, you have to apply for the qualification validation, and after submitting everything, you can the GPHC, the General Pharmaceutical Society of UK, they will be approaching you, will be and telling like you have successfully completed qualification validation, and these universities, I think there are 4 universities in UK who are providing this OSPAP course. So you will be asked like which university you have to apply. Then you will be you have to submit a priority, like which university you have to study. Then you will be get a call from the university like you are offered with OSPAP course. So now there are like there is a problem happening, like there is a huge backlog of students who are appearing for OSPAP. So if you are appearing now, you will be given with a seat in 2025. So there is a huge backlog of students now. So if you want to apply for OSPAP and become a pharmacist in UK, start doing the process now, because it's so hard to get into OSPAP course. So after OSPAP, the OSPAP is Overseas Pharmacist Assessment Program, which is 1 year of course, and after completing that course, you will be asked to do 52 weeks mandatory pre-registration training. 52 weeks means 1 year of internship. So in this internship, you can choose either you can do the internship in community sector, or you can do the internship in hospital, or you can split your 6 months in community and 6 months in hospital. And after completing the 1 year of internship, the next stage will be the registration exam. So next slide, please. So the last step will be the registration exam. So here the registration exam will be like MCQs. You will be asked with like 200 questions, 100 questions from pharmacology, therapy, and physical properties, and 100 questions from calculations. So registration exam will be like only the multiple choice questions. If you pass the registration exam, you will be asked to submit so many documents, like good standing certificate from your pharmacy council, and at last you will be given with a PIN number so that you can work as a pharmacist. So this is a process. You can the process to register as a pharmacist in UK. So this is a difference of registration, difference in the registration process, and this is the amount you have to pay for the registration process. And both registration will be like 1.5 to 2 years. It may take like 1.5 to 2 years. So if you want to work as a pharmacist, start preparing and start the process now. So going to the last slide. So these are the responsibilities of being a community pharmacist. So prescription of minor ailments, as I have already told you, so patient will be coming to you like with some acne or your oral infection or head lice or even conjunctivitis or all sort of minor ailments, the patient will be coming to you and asking for the prescription for the medicine, so you can write the prescription and give the medicine. So you have got that authority to write the medicine. And next one is emergency supply of medicine. So here the general physicians will be working only from Monday to Friday, and they will be working like 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. So if you are not ringing them, or if you are not meeting them, consulting them during that working hours, and you came to realize like you don't have any medicines left for your diabetes or your pressure tablets or whatever tablets you have been given last month, you don't have anything left for the weekend, for Thursday or for Saturday and Sunday, you can directly come to the pharmacy and ask the pharmacist like I don't have any thyroid tablets for Saturday and Sunday. So the pharmacist has the authority to give you an emergency supply. So you will be given with the patient will be given with 5 days or 7 days of supply of those medicines. If we have the proper records, if the patient is coming to our pharmacist regularly, and if we have the records of all their medicines, we would be able to give an emergency supply of worth a week of medicine, and we have to submit that prescription copy, one copy to the doctor, claiming like we have already submitted, or even you can give an emergency supply of inhalers or like glucose kit or anything like that. So you got that privilege to supply medicines, and you can even you have the opportunity like authority to change the medicines dose as well. So if you feel like why the doctor has given like this much of antibiotic dose, or if you have if you feel like the patient is not comfortable with tablet, the patient needs capsules, or if you feel like the patient needs something else, you have the authority to change the medicine. So, but the real problem lies is like you have got the risk to, because if the patient, if any allergy or anything happens, all the risk lies in your sector. So we have the risk, the money we are paid, like the money we are getting is due to the risk. So the risk is highly there is a huge risk here to become a pharmacist. So that's the reason why most of the students from like India will be getting into research or like pharmacovigilance sector than getting into the pharmacy field, because they feel like the risk is huge here. But every job has its own risk. I would say like even the doctors are the one who is highly paying the risk. So I would say if you want to become a pharmacist or a clinical pharmacist, and if you want to be to enjoy the privilege of writing a prescription, you can come to UK and Ireland and become a pharmacist. So I am opening this session for question and answers. If you have any questions or concern, you can ask me now. I hope I have addressed all the registration process and all the opportunities for the pharmacist. And as you know, even if it's difficult, like even if you have to like sacrifice like 1 or 2 years of your career journey, you can be a successful pharmacist here and earn a lot of money, and you can enjoy the privilege. So if you have any questions, you can ask me now. The session is open for you guys.
Thank you, Julia, for your valuable information regarding UK registration and Ireland registration.
No questions?
Now this is open session for questions. I request all the Form D students over here. Since morning we are observing that we arranged all these 4 sessions only for you, and all 4 are focusing your career opportunity and your future. But we are not getting that much of questions from your side. You can see the speakers and their profile. Everyone are very much special in their area, in their field. And many of you approached here because of Samir sir, because of Grace Mary John ma'am. Many of you asked that we want to meet the ma'am we need some time, we want to interact with her, we want to know that how she got a certification, how she completed, but no one asked the question. We are expecting more, because yesterday she explained that how tough to clear that certification exam. And I hope that everyone knows that she is the first board certified pharmacist in infectious disease in India. That is a proud thing that we are having, and this session is open for you. You all are having the opportunity to meet these people here, the experts here, and you can use this opportunity. That is what we created as the platform. So this is not just coming and attending the program and going back to your home. So just it is a platform, you can utilize it. You can interact with them, you can ask your doubt, because everyone are focused on your career. Okay, not simply how to study your first year subjects, second year subjects, third year subjects, or fourth year, fifth year, or how to do your internship or clerkship like that. After that, what and how you have to focus in your career or focus in your life. So we are expecting much, because now we are having a panel discussion. You can ask your doubts, or just you interact. By seeing these type of experts, you can learn much. Just you interact with them. She is explaining that we approached all the speakers 3 months back. We selected the speaker. Our only motto is this session, it should be useful for the PharmD students. Because of that, we focused only PharmD students, and they gave their time. They have accepted our invitations, and they came here. One person came from Mumbai and one more from Andhra Pradesh. Till yesterday evening he was at the work, but after that he got the train, he came here, and she is very busy with her medical college work, and she took leave on today, and she is here, and she is having work. Meanwhile, on her working time, she took 1 hour of time spending with us to discuss something, how you can register for Ireland pharmacist or UK. So these things we can't get anywhere. This is my humble request for the PharmD student specifically. You can ask about your career. All 4 are open for here, for panel discussion. You can ask whatever may be the doubt. Not only the interns or 5th PharmD, many of the first PharmD, second PharmD students are here. This is the correct time to think. Then only you can choose your way, which field I can choose. According to that you can prepare. You know very well about who are preparing for NEET and JEE from the 6th standard onwards, they are focusing. Why can't the second and first PharmD can focus? Which is your field? Where you are going to work? In the government sector or private sector or pharmacoeconomics? Where you are going to work? Just you think. Just you think, and feel free to interact with the speakers. Sir, we will have a panel discussion just for 5 minutes, and it is open for the audience. They can ask any question to the speakers. I request all the speakers to come on to the dais. Julia, you can also be there. If anyone asks regarding the question related to you, you can answer.
Dear students, show your power now. Don't hesitate. From the last bench to first line, just walk here. Whatever simplest doubt you have, you can ask, at least for the sake of institution or madam, try to get some doubt and come here and ask.
Sir, on behalf of student, I would like to ask to Samir sir. Sir, morning onwards, they have been observing that the new trend like real world evidences and health economics and outcome research. So I need the direct answer, sir. After completion of the Form D, how they have to approach those industries to get into the job?
A good question. So, post Farm D, I think you know your clinical subjects very well because you're a doctor of pharmacy. But at the same time, you need to have a second or third thing also in combination. As Dr. Lokesh said very well, that you need to have not just one thing, but you need to have more knowledge about the other subjects. So now, I think if you are in first year or second year or the final year, you still have lot of time to go through some of the websites that are available like ISPOR, understand from those websites what is health economics, what are the concepts, how it is useful for decision makers. Try to read papers. There is ample literature available. If you go and search on PubMed or Ovid, any search engine that you are doing, even Google Scholar for that matter, and go through that, read about these newer technologies or newer areas which can be used effectively, and then get ready for the applying to these kind of jobs. And certainly the public as well as private, government there are a lot of opportunities, but you need to have that knowledge, you need to have that positive attitude to go and appear for it. So I think that's what I'll say. I think you need to read a lot about these concepts because these concepts are new in India itself. It's not mature yet. It's the nascent stage wherein we need to understand first what is health economics, what is pharmacoeconomics. I'm sure you must have read, or I'm sure there are few topics in your career, in your academic program, but the international dais, you need to study more, you need to read more and get prepared for those roles. I think that's what is important.
Thank you so much, sir. Anyone from audience?
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please.
This is to Dr. Julia. Yeah, it was nice session exploring UK and Ireland opportunities. Ma'am, I wanted to know, is there any difference in the working profiles for a clinical pharmacist or any pharmacist in private sector versus NHS?
Yes, I would say there is no like a responsibility, difference in responsibilities. The responsibilities are more or less same. It's the difference is only like the job security and the salary. I would say all the job responsibilities are more or less same. NHS means only the hospitals, and the private sectors are the community pharmacies, and there is one more opportunity in GP sector, like in with the general physician. You can sit with the general physician surgery, and you can you can like maximize the patient care, or you can choose the best medicine for the patient with the general physician. That's the one opportunity you have with in general physician sector, but the responsibilities are more or less same. the only difference is the job security and salary.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I have one more question.
And there are like, and even the vacancies are more in community sector than in NHS. So it depends on our, like, I would say, like, if you need career progression, you have to get into the hospital. And if we feel like community pharmacy is enough for me and I can be a good community pharmacist, you can be in community sector. That's it.
Okay, ma'am. I have one more question. And
Okay.
I see multiple profiles on LinkedIn stating independent prescriber in the UK. And yeah, if I see the educational background, they are completing some courses from universities like University of Reed and some other universities. Is it possible as an international candidate to be an independent prescriber?
To do the independent prescribing course, is that what you're looking for?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you need to be a registered pharmacist first to get the independent pharmacist course, because nowadays they have started the UK students who are studying M.Pharm in UK, they will be having independent pharmacy course in their career like curriculum. But all the pharmacists who have passed out now, they have to do a separate course called independent pharmacy prescribing course that they are intending to give more prescription opportunities to the pharmacists. So we will be given with a lot of lot of opportunity to prescribe for more. Apart from now, we have opportunity to write prescription for minor ailments, but in near future, I would say, like in 2 or 3 years, we would be able to prescribe for many of the disease conditions. So they are trying to minimize the workload of general physicians. So we will be given that privilege. That's what the independent prescribing, that's the thing they are trying to do, but we have to get registered first to get to do the course, I think.
Okay. So how is the physician view when a pharmacist is prescribing there?
This is a good question. Thank you for that question. I would say there is a huge difference between India and UK. In UK, you have respect for each and every job, even if you are a housekeeper, even if you are like a healthcare assistant in a hospital, you will be given with a good, huge respect. Even the physicians, if you are cleaning the floor, if the physicians come, the physicians will wait until you clean the floor. That's the respect you will be given in UK. So there is no like ego or anything between the health, like the pharmacist and the physicians. Physicians are more happy to give to reduce their workload. That I would say they're happy to give that opportunity to us. So there is no like that issue happening between the pharmacist and physicians.
Thank you, ma'am.
So this is the question for Dr. Logesh.
Please.
So tell me some regulations how we can import or export crude drugs.
Thank you, sir. Very good question. Import and export of crude drugs. Sir, when it is considered to be drug, the import and export rules for whatever the APIs, same thing applies. If at all, if you term it as a plant product, then there is no need of drug license. If it is considered to be as a drug, it's very simple. If it is considered to be as a drug, you should have a drug license and you should have a import-export code that is with the External Affairs Minister. Then if it is not banned in India, you can definitely import. If it is banned in India, you are not able to import. That is the only condition. Otherwise, definitely for crude drugs, crude drug extract, for whatever, it is same as applicable to any APIs. It is that simple as that, sir. Any other doubt? See, sir has definitely asked a very good question, because many a times for import-export there will be confusion. whether APIs, see, particularly India, we are depending lot of on the API import. That is the reason why our manufacturing cost is going high. Before COVID, the paracetamol price, API price was 300 rupees per kg. Now it has gone to 900 rupees per kg of paracetamol API. So it is mainly because of depending on the foreign countries. Similarly, semiconductors, it is not a pharmacy field, but it is again, it is a computer or Android field. Semiconductor chips are not being manufactured in our country. So that is why our mobile phones are expensive. So in this way, you should come out with lot of doubts. Then only, if for your help, because madam already very strongly told that you should keep asking many doubts. Only you will get the doubt when you think like, sir, I have done Pharm D, but I am not interested in clinical pharmacy. What I can do? Doubt means it's not that whatever we have explained or whatever you have studied. You can ask anything, what you want to become in future, or what profession you have to go into, whether sometimes you might have done only inform pharmacy practice, or if you want to do something entirely different, still you can ask that. If possible, whatever we know, we will answer. Otherwise, any other, your principal or any other person may answer. But only thing is, you should come out with some questions, please.
Hello ma'am, my question is to Grace ma'am. There are different forms of BPS examinations.
For import-export, it is central government, CDSCO. Always for import and export, it is CDSCO only, Central Standard Control Organization. State government will be dealing only with the approved drug manufacturing license and sales license.
Hello Grace ma'am.
Yeah, please tell me.
There are different examination BPS like BCPS and BCIDP. Can you take how much time you took to prepare for BCIDP, and mainly what are the only focus on antibiotics and microbes, or what are the subjects you need to focus, and how much time you took? Like we have one more BCPS holder in our KMC, it's like Anita ma'am.
Yes.
So
Anita is my junior.
Yes,
she has completed her
BCPS.
BCPS in pharmacotherapy. So BCPS, this is basically, you can go into the website Board of Pharmacy Specialties, www.bps.org. So in BPS, I think there are 14 different specialties that you can take, including pharmacotherapy. So in these 14 different specialties, for BCPS, pharmacotherapy, you need at least 3 years of experience. See, the difference between India versus US, because BPS is considered to be the gold standard in certifying a person to be a board certified pharmacist. So in US, they have this PGY and PGY2. Like after PharmD, it's like their post-graduation year 1 and post-graduation year 2. So the easiest comparison that I always bring out is that, let's say MBBS, MD General Medicine, DM Gastro. Okay, similarly, PharmD, PGY1, which is General Medicine or the pharmacotherapy, PGY2 is usually the specialty, whichever you are choosing. It's infectious diseases, cardio or oncology, like that. So if you, in US, if you write PGY1, you are eligible to straight away write your BCPS exam. Okay, even for any pharmacist, this BCPS is not for PharmDs alone, okay? Even for BPharm who are working in a clinical setting can write. Okay, that is the equivalence we need to just prove to them the BPS. So if you're working in a clinical setting, you can write. So in India, what happens is that because we do not have residency programs, we have to have minimum set of years of experience to be eligible to write the exam. For pharmacotherapy, it is 3 years. For all other specialty, it is 4 years. So 4 years. So I was initially, when I started, I was in infectious diseases. So after completing my 4th year, I thought of writing this exam, but I knew that it's very different from what we are practicing here, especially because it's antibiotics and everything is guideline based. So whatever questions you are going to get are based on a case, every question will be based on a case. Okay, for each case, they will have very complex, like either drug interactions or dose adjustments or choice of antibiotics, everything backed up by the literature. Even you have to learn the recent trials also. Like for ID, there is something called the Stop It trial. That is for intra-abdominal infection, there is a Stop It trial which says that 3 days of post-surgical antibiotic is enough versus 5 days. So that is one question they will ask. As per this study, what is the final conclusion they came? How many days is needed? Whether it is 3 or for intra-abdominal infection, how long do you need to give the drug? Whether it's 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 10 days. So based on the recent literature, based on the guidelines, and some basic questions. It will never be a direct question as to what is a drug of choice for community acquired pneumonia. It will never be like that. You will always be given a case, and based on that, they will ask a question. Okay, and this 4 years I'm talking about, or 3 years I'm talking about, is 50%. That means in these 4 years, all you need is at least 50% time spent in that specialty. Okay, so, but that doesn't mean in 2 years, if you have 100%, like if I do 2 years of pure ID and nothing else, I'm not eligible. I have to have 4 years, but with minimum 50% in each year. So this is the eligibility criteria, and the question pattern, there will be 175 questions, and based on how people are writing the exam, how difficult the exam is, they will put a cutoff as to which the pass percentage would be also.
More question. What are the changes you felt after certification of BCIDP? Any other changes?
See, the one thing I can tell you for very shortly, I can tell you is that the confidence that you get. Okay, that's why I tell all the families that I come across, if you are interested in clinical practice, go through this board certification so that you are up to date with the recent guidelines and you are very sure as to what to suggest to a doctor. Okay, so it helps you in decision making, and you have the evidence to back you up. You know from which guideline you are talking about. When you are talking to a doctor about a case, you know which guideline you are talking about, you know which year of guideline you are talking about, what literature supports it, and what pharmacokinetic supports it. Even though it is very, it's quite some hard work. I took 1 month off from my clinical practice to study for the exam. I sat down, I studied. But before that, before even appearing for all that, I started studying my clinical microbiology, the guidelines one by one. I had to get familiarized with the guidelines, the IDSA guidelines. So slowly I started reading all these one. But 1 month I took off from my clinical practice, studied for the exam, and you have materials. You have ACCP, American College of Clinical Pharmacy, or ASHP guidelines, material that you can prepare. And even though it's costly, because this material alone will cost around $600, and the exam will cost you another $600. So nearly 1 lakh it will cost you to write the exam with the material. But if you do it as a group study, if 4 of you come together, purchase the material, then it would be like 60,000, 70,000 because 600 rupees anyway you have to spend for the, $600 you anyway have to spend for the exam, but the material you can share. So it is doable, it is difficult but doable, but the confidence you get once you are board certified, I cannot compare before and after, because I know what I'm talking about. I'm not bluffing anyone when I say the recommendations. I know I'm confident when I'm speaking about it.
Now I'm using Sanford guidelines for my reference. It is whether it is sufficient or I need to go with the...
No, I didn't get you?
Sanford guidelines for my antibiotics. Whether it is sufficient or I need to go with some others.
Sanford for your initial preparation or for the exam preparation?
Clinically we are using Sanford.
Sanford is fine. Sanford is fine. Up to date is, if you have up to date, the other one is John Hopkins. I mean, these are the apps that you can have. Sanford, John Hopkins, up to date. These are the 3 that I use for ID.
Thank you to all the speakers for their time out to address all our queries. Thank you, Julia ma'am, for joining us from the UK. Now, I invite Dr. Jay Prakash, consultant anesthetist, Vivekananda Medical Care Hospital, to be seated on the dais.
Today, as a part of the conference, we conducted a clinical case presentation that involved participation from several colleges. In recognition of their invaluable contributions as evaluators, we would like to present certificates of appreciation. I call upon Dr. Jayaprakash sir to honor Professor Dr. Haja Sharif, Head of the Department Pharmacy Practice at Nanda College of Pharmacy. Professor Dr. Venkateshwara Murthy N, Head of the Department Pharmacy Practice at JKK Nataraja College of Pharmacy, also joined us for judging the event today. We express a heartfelt thanks to your significant role in judging today's event. Now, we would like to present a certificate of appreciation to the moderator of the clinical case presentation in the scientific session. I would like to call upon Dr. Jayaprakash sir to honor Mrs. Nitya R, Assistant Professor, Swamy Vivekananda College of Pharmacy, for her invaluable contribution to the event. Now I request Professor Dr. Haja Sharif sir to announce the prize winners for today's clinical case presentation round.
Good evening to all. First of all, I would like to thank management of Swamy Vivekananda College of Pharmacy and Principal Dr. Muruganathan sir, HOD of Pharmacy Practice, to appoint me as an evaluator for the scientific session. See, totally 37 participants were presented the case. So really it was very tough. So after 37, so we are given two third prizes who has secured 90% marks. One is Mr. Haris from Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Paramedical Sciences, Coimbatore. Haris from Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Paramedical Sciences, Coimbatore.
I would request Dr. Jayaprakash sir to hand over the prizes to the prize winners.
Based on the judges' recommendation, we are giving the first prize 4,000, second prize 3,000, and two third prizes of 1,500 each.
Next, third prize goes to Mr. Harsha or from Nanda College of Pharmacy, Road. And second prize goes to Karthik M from KMCH College of Pharmacy, Coimbatore. And first prize goes to Susmita from Ramakrishna College of Pharmacy, Coimbatore. Thank you.
Now, in the particular order, I would like to call upon the following college representatives to come forward and receive your certificates. Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Paramedical Sciences, College of Pharmacy. Any two representatives, please come forward. And then KMCH College of Pharmacy.
I request anyone participant from Ramakrishna, come and collect your certificate.
S.A. Raja College of Pharmacy. Kasturiba Gandhi Pharmacy College. JKKN College of Pharmacy. JKKN College of Pharmacy. JKKM College of Pharmacy, Gopi-Chettipalayam. JKKM College of Pharmacy, Komarapalayam. JKKM College of Pharmacy, Gopi-Chettipalayam. Two representatives, please come forward. JKKM College of Pharmacy, Komarapalayam. Two representatives from Nanda College of Pharmacy. Erode College of Pharmacy. Nanda College of Pharmacy, any two representatives? Erode College of Pharmacy, Jaya College of Pharmacy. Jaya College of Pharmacy. Now in the particular order, I'd like to call upon the class representatives of Swamy Vivekananda College of Pharmacy to come forward and receive your certificates. Second PharmD, third PharmD, fourth PharmD, fifth PharmD, PharmD intern and M.Pharm. Any two M.Pharm representatives, please come forward.
Sixth PharmD. PharmD interns, please come to the stage. I would like to call Organizing Secretary Dr. P. Sharmila Mirojini ma'am to come forward to collect her certificate. Organizing committee members, Mrs. Nitya R, Ms. Nityakala P, Dr. Malavari P, Dr. Shangavi V, Mr. Pratap A. Shangavi, Dr. Shangavi V, Mr. Pratap A, now I request the volunteers of SVCP to come and collect their certificates in the order Nisha Solanki K, Archana KS, Sneha Anna Kunyumon, Hamsavartani S, Darshini N, Sanjana Mariam Saju, Narmada U, Kalpita Mrinali VB, Lavanya S, Samyukta DV, Lakshmi Shashikumar Pillai, Monica S, Shri Harshini, Soundar Rajan S, Soundara Rajavel K, Kalpita Mrinali VB, Lavanya S, Samyukta DV,
Lakshmi Shashikumar Pillai, Monica S, Shri Harshni V, Soundararajan S, Soundararajavel K. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. Now, I request Dr. Sharmila Nirojani, Head of the Department, Pharmacy Practice, Swamy Vivekananda College of Pharmacy, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, one and all present here. This is what we need. By end of the session, we are having the whole audience here, the complete auditorium. This is what the success of our program. Thank you so much for your patience. It's my pleasure to give vote of thanks for this successful session. I would like to thank God Almighty for this great time to gather all of you in our college, and we are here be a platform for knowledge sharing. Our sincere gratitude to our chairman, Professor Karnanidhi, Madam Chairman, JMD Sir, and Vice Chairman Sir, and our Chief Executive Director and our Paramedical Director for their kind support throughout this time. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the speakers, Dr. Samir Gogle, Dr. Lokesh Prasad, Dr. Grace Mary John, and Dr. Julia Susan Reggie. When I approached them, immediately they have accepted, and long time, since 2 months I am communicating with them. They are also communicating even though they are in busy schedule. I would like to thank all our speakers. I hope you enjoyed their sessions also. Our sincere thanks to Dr. Ardhanariswaran Sir, JMD, and Dr. Jayaprakash. They spend their valuable time with us to enlighten the participant, and also always they are supporting us whenever we are doing our work, not only clinically, and when we need advice regarding clinical or administrative, they are supporting us, and I take this opportunity to thank them. We are really blessed, sir, to have such a clinician with us. Without you, definitely the PharmD program, it would not be fulfilled. Thank you so much. I would like to thank our principal, Dr. G. Muruganandan sir, for all his guidance and support throughout the preparation of this conference. Every time, frankly speaking, we are torturing him, but he is accepting our torture. We 5 girls and 1 boy. Regarding the conference, always we are sitting at the principal room. For every day we are had the meeting, we are discussing about the conference, but he won't tired about our questions or our ideas. Always he is supporting. Without his support, we can't achieve anything. Thank you so much, sir, being our backbone always. My sincere thanks to all my department faculty members, Mrs. R. Nitya, Ms. Nitya Kala, Ms. Shangavi, Ms. Malarvili, and Mr. Pradap, who worked tirelessly for more than 3 months of time since we started to apply for MGR University and SERP. On the time onwards, everything, we designed the brochure, we designed the invitation, we designed the certificate, we have done every work with my faculty members only, and many times we feel that is a hard time, but we come across that to achieve this success. My wholeheartedly, I am thanking all my faculty members here. They are the big support for our department, and I may extend my sincere gratitude to my fellow colleagues and HODs who significantly contributed to make this event successfully. And also the volunteers, especially our PharmD interns and 5th PharmD students and M.Pharm Pharmacy Practice students who to work, they to join with us since 3 months. They put their hard work to make this event successful. Last but not least, I would like to thank our non-teaching staff of Swamy Vivekananda College of Pharmacy and other technicians. Here you can be see there more than 10 technicians are sitting over here, because we make and we received that, we expected that 100% without any disturbances in all the aspect, sound, visibility, and maintaining within the hall, and coolingness of the AC, everything. To them also we approached since 1 week. Because of that only, more than 10 members are sitting over here. I thank everyone who are sitting here, who helped us to conduct this event successful manner, especially LED technician, photo and videographer, system operator, catering in charges, and vehicle drivers also. Finally, I would like to thank present media, and if I forget anyone, please forgive me. I hope, finally, I would like to thank all the participants. Really, we had a good participants. Your enthusiasm to attend this program, because we are restricted with the participants because of our capability of this hall, but you approached. Even yesterday, today morning, many were requested to attend the program. Next time we will plan this for a big auditorium with the expectation of 1,000 members, but this time we couldn't accommodate many. So for that, my sincere apology also. I thank all the participants. This is what I am seeing here. Morning onwards till the evening, the whole hall is filled with the participants. This is what the most success thing here. Thank you everyone, and have a great day, and have a safe journey to your place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
SVCP PharmD interns, please come to the MOC desk.